You're listening to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide Podcast.
Have you been hurt? Been backstabbed? Got a talking back team? Well, you're not alone. No. Escaping to another reality. Through Dominic Wilkins' good books, audio books, paperback, ebook, good books. Available on authordwilkinsgoodbooks.com.
Hello, I'm author Jason Law of Break Yourself, and I'm on Jerry Royce Live Worldwide.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Ira Sandro Carter.
Hi, this is Phil Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Barron. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show. Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dolly, the poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Ramon Marquis with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is a award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on Internet Radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Hardy, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.authorBillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional. And exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services, or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
What's up, everybody? Thank you for tuning in. Thanks for joining us. Welcome to PositivePower21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live, and you're listening to episode 329 with my man Jason Law, the author. That's right. Before we bring him on, talk about his debut book. But this is not his debut book. My man got a couple books out. But anyway, we're going to talk about his new book out called Break Yourself, Kindle edition. My man got stars all across the board. But before we talk to him, we're going to run our sponsor for tonight's show, and that's my man, James Deshay, the romance guy, the poet.
Are you looking for a great book of poetry that is romantic, heartfelt, and full of male emotion? Then get Thoughts, Love, and Reflections by James K. Deshay. That's D-E-S-H-A-Y. Go to www.jamesdeshay.com. You will enjoy Thoughts, Love, and Reflections.
All right, that's James Deshay. Don't forget, my man got a show that's featured on Saturdays. You can hit him up on his website again at jamesdeshay.com. Find out when his podcast is live. They have some very interesting topics. He's breaking it down. Work with that brother. Help him out. Support him. We got to support each other. We need podcasts. We need independent media. Because you guys know Facebook taking a turn. It's not going to be free. That's right. They made their money and they ready for some more. So it's not going to be free, y'all. So we're going to have to find some other venues to reach mass audiences. That's right. People seeing the results already. 6 views, 2 views. We've been posting 200-300 times all day. That's right, y'all. It's a new awakening. All right. Enough of that. I'll do a webinar later. But right now, Jason Law ready to come out here, talk about his new book. Let's read his bio. Jason Law grew up in Rome, Georgia as a young troubled youth. One day, life took a bitter turn when he had a run-in with the law that landed him in prison at the age of 15. While in prison, he began to write and completed numerous books. Once released in January 2009, he self-published his first title, Break Yourself, up under Welcome to My... He got a company called World Publications. He did so within 6 months of his release. Unfortunately, he went back to prison that same year, December 2009, not staying out a full year. He then served an additional 5 years before he could get his company, Welcome to My World Publications, fully off the ground. He's now back on the grind, going hard in the paint, trying to make all what's worth so he can make his success. That's right, he's trying to be successful. Book title, Break Yourself, is on Amazon. All the links are out there. You can Google them. And we're going to welcome Jason to the show. Let me release him real quick. Here we go. Jason Law, welcome to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce Live. How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right.
All right, Jay. Yeah, man. We're glad to have you, bruh. You know, we heard you on the show earlier today. We're checking you out, man. You did really good. Did a great job. I understand it was your first show, but you did a great job. And that's what it's all about, just getting experience, man, and, you know, spreading, you know, what you do to people. All right. All right, man. You ready for your first question?
Ready.
All right. The first question is, who is Jason Law, the author?
Well, I mean, it ain't too much that I can say about myself other than the fact that, you know, I really can't say too much about myself, man. All I can say is that I got locked up young, you know what I'm saying? And when I went in, I started writing, and I just took off from there.
Yeah. All right. So, Jay, how long you been out, man?
Well, you know what I'm saying, January 2015.
All right. You said January 2015?
Yeah, January 2015. I mean, half of my life I've been locked up, man. 15 years.
All right, now let's back up a little bit. Now you grew up. Now is that Rome, Georgia?
Yeah, Rome, Georgia.
All right, well tell my audience a little bit about Rome, Georgia. You know, you got a little trouble there. So you know, how much trouble can a person get into Georgia? I always thought Georgia was a nice place to grow up, man.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
Rural area.
But you know, you can get in trouble anywhere. I mean, it ain't. I just. I don't know. I just went haywire. Got caught up, caught some charges, and went down the road.
All right. Now, 15, man. So you were in high school. What's that, like 9th grade, 10th grade?
Yeah. I was in the 9th grade.
So what kind of student were you, man? Obviously, you must have been a writer. You know, you penned a couple books. So what kind of student were you in middle school?
Well, you know, I did pretty good in school. You know what I'm saying? I probably would have wound up graduating if I wouldn't have got locked up. But when I went in, I got my GED, and I got some type of education up on the belt. You know, try to make the best out of the time that I did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So where did they have you? You know, where were you? What institution were you in what state?
I was a little bit everywhere. I bounced around. I was in Alto, Reedsville, Hayes, Dodge. I was in quite a few counts.
So Jay, when they do that to you like that, do they make it convenient for the family, man, that they can come visit you, or they just make it hard to say?
Yeah, that ain't their concern, man. All they worried about is getting you to a facility and putting you in the bed. You know what I mean? They don't care where they send you to. You can be from Rome or wherever, Atlanta, and wind up at the bottom of the mountain. I mean, those folks they just want to put you somewhere to house you.
So they can make some money off of you. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
You guys making the money. All right. So did they have you working, man? What kind of jobs, did you have? You were able to pick up some decent skills?
You mean as far as like detail wise?
Yeah, I know sometimes they give a lot of job training. I mean, I had a couple guys on the show.
Yeah, well, I did manage to get obtain a certificate in culinary arts and automation detailing, and that was pretty much it. I worked the kitchen. That was my little detail. That was pretty much it.
So you got some culinary skills, man. You can throw that. You can cook for an army.
No, not really, man. They just taught you the basics, the fundamentals. I mean, I
boiling
really
water. What's that, like boiling waters? No grilling fish or nothing like that?
Yeah, I really ain't just no hell of a cook, man. I mean, but maybe if I can get a hold of a cookbook or something like that, I follow directions well,
That's right, man. You'd be surprised. That's right. Just think, man. Now, look, man. I used to work for the Urban League in the Office of Employment Development. We were contractors, and I used to get a lot of guys that were got locked up early, and before they finished high school, so they got out. They were young. They were ready to get in the job market, and man, those guys could really throw down. Man, they were always able to get jobs as short order cooks, and made pretty decent living. Man, they would stay on those jobs because you get a report back saying that they stayed on the job for more than 30 days so we can get our credit from the state. And a lot of those guys did well, man. Bounced around a couple different, not like fast food places, but places where people want subs and, like IHOP and those kind of places, breakfast places,
Right. Yeah, I mean, they give you, the way they used to do it, they used to give you a lot of training and stuff that you can actually use when you got out. But now, the way the system is, I mean, it ain't like that. No, it ain't rehabilitation. It's more like they just put you. I mean, they done took a lot of the praise out of the prison. Yeah.
Okay. A lot of those kind of services are gone now, huh?
Right.
Hey, man. Now you had a lot of free. Then one guy told me he had a lot of free time, man. So he was able to pen books. He would just write them down with pencil. He didn't have no computer, and he would just write them out. He wrote like 2-3 books. Now, was that the case with you? Were you able to publish anything while you were in there?
While I was in prison, I wasn't able to do nothing until I got out. That's when I self-published. But, I was really, when I was doing time, I was really inspired by Vicky Stringer. And what she did, now she came along and got her company out the ground. So she pretty much went through the same thing that I went through. I'm saying pretty much the same struggle.
So you were you an avid reader while you were inside? Did you have an opportunity to do a lot of reading? Different types of genres.
Yeah. When you locked up, man, you got so much time on your hand. I mean, reading is one of the main things that people do that are locked up. Because, I read several books.
Now, having so much time on your hands like that, Jay, were you able to really get into some really? I mean, do you guys have an opportunity to get good books, man, or like whatever you can get your hands on was going to be your good read, or were you able to get some good quality books?
Yeah, I mean, you can get good quality books, man. You can get your folks in your books in here. And they also got a library. I mean, they got pretty good books. Man. You got access to pretty much whatever.
Now, Jay, a lot of the guys say this, man, and you tell me if this was your case. A lot of those guys get in there, they say they get into some books that changed their life. They said, wow, if they would have read that book like early on in their life, they would have left the streets alone. Did any of the books affect you the same way?
Well, no, because I don't see them as something that I can really get a lesson from. I mean, at least the books that I've read, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, I never really looked at them in that way.
Oh, you didn't read, so your genre was more what, like urban lit? You didn't read any of the books like management books, self-empowering books, those kind of genres?
Yeah, you know, I read books on business and publishing. Yeah, I read like real estate. Yeah, I read a lot of beneficial books. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
things that
self-help.
actually, that I can actually use. But I read a lot of them.
So they didn't affect you no kind of way? Like, oh, man, I can't wait to get out and start doing this stuff. I mean, it didn't really inspire you?
Right. Yeah, I mean, it put a lot of thoughts in my head to get out and try something different and go a different route.
Right.
You know? Yeah, I mean,
now, I'm sorry. Now, one of the things, you know, that I didn't get from the interview that you had, you know, when you was talking about, you know, the trouble, you know, being a troubled youth. What made you a troubled youth? Was it that were you a follower, or were you the leader and you were the innovator of the group? What was the deal?
I mean, I just stayed in shit, man. I mean, it just seemed like every time you look up, I'm in something. And you know, when I got caught up the last time, I mean, it was ugly because the charges I had, you know what I'm saying, they had me charged with armed robbery. And armed robbery is a mandatory 10 years, regardless, you know what I'm saying, if you a juvenile or not. Here, I don't know how they do it everywhere else, but I know here in Georgia, they'll charge juveniles as adults for certain crimes, you know.
Yeah.
They hooked me up.
Yeah, well, you know, man, you know, Baltimore, you know, it's not easy. You know, the guys are, you know, they really trying to defend themselves. You know, everybody trying to make survive in the streets. You know, like you know, because you get guys coming in from New York, you got D.C., you got Virginia, Norfolk coming here. Everybody try to take the streets away from the homies. Because I mean, for a long time, man, the stick-up boys, man, was from everywhere else but from our street. So the boys here had to really tote guns for protection. They weren't really trying to rob nobody. It was more like they were getting robbed, you know, trying to do their business, you know, in their own neighborhoods, you know. So that's what the problem we were having for a really long time. When murder rates, when the homicides were high, that was because they were trying to defend their turf from rival cities, not neighborhoods, because everybody got along in the neighborhoods. When you start getting people from, you know, Nigeria, Jamaica, you got the other ethnic groups coming and trying to take over. You know, it's going to be some ripple effect. You know, so that's what was going on. I know you probably did you ever get a chance to see The Wire?
The Wire, yeah.
That was real, man. Because I actually had worked for the health department, and of course we roamed around.
So that was filmed in Baltimore, right?
Yep, because my son actually worked on the set when he was studying, you know, telecommunications, you know, audio, video, you know, visual. So he actually worked. They used his car and everything in the movie and everything. Yeah. That was real. That was real, man. We seen them guys, man. See them every day. So we used to walk around during the daytime because I was an inspector for the health department. So we would see those guys. You know, they cool during the day, but nighttime, you know, things change, you know. At 10:30, man, anything can happen after 10:30. Yeah, bro. All right, man. So the good news is, you know, you back now. Now, so tell us about your family upbringing, man. What's your background like with your family, man? What was going on with the family?
Oh, man, I got a pretty good family, man. But you know, my mom, she was really the one that was that raised us. I'm saying I got 5 brothers. And, I mean, we just didn't have all the things that all the other kids had. And that, you know what I'm saying, just being a kid and being human, you know what I'm saying, you know, you want certain things, especially if you see your peers, people around you with the J's and the good clothes and that and the third. You know what I'm saying? They make you want to go out and get it too. Right. You know, and although Mom she did everything that she could. You know what I'm saying? I mean, she did what she could do.
Yeah,
but,
that's right.
You want more.
Mm-hmm. How about your brothers? What was your brothers like?
Well, I mean, they didn't get in as much trouble as I did, but you know, we all had our own little thing going on.
Mm-hmm. So you said 5 brothers. You said 5 of you guys total?
No, it's 5 of us total. I got 4.
Out of the 5, who walked the straight and narrow? Who finished school? Who went to college?
Well, you got big bro. I'm saying my oldest brother. Then you got my youngest. I'm saying they doing the right thing. I mean, and my other younger brother. I'm saying he doing pretty good. But I got another brother. He in prison too.
Oh.
Yeah.
So totally, what you said was what? 2 of you actually saw time.
Right. Yeah.
Let me tell you, Jay. Yeah, I was talking to a lady. She had 18 siblings. And she said out of 18, only one sibling went the wrong route. Said the devil got in them. I said, that wasn't bad out of 18. Now, I got plenty of people I know, there's 3 of them, and it's like one bad apple. You know, one got in trouble, kept the family money going into the law firm, trying to keep him out of trouble or keep his time reduced. Ate that money. I had a family that owned businesses that lost a lot of their trucks and everything because 2 of my cousins, just the girl and the boy, was in and out of jail, drug problems, crack, all that stuff. They lost their fortune trying to keep them out, you know. So it can tear up a family, man. So I know it was hard for your mom, even though she probably blamed herself, probably, you know, because we want stuff. That's the way it is.
No, Mom don't blame herself. I mean, she
blame herself. She said, "That's you."
Yeah, I mean, she tell you time and time again. She told me, she like, "All right, now one day them folks gonna get you, and ain't gonna be nothing I can do about it." And truth be told, you know what I'm saying? That's what happened. Once them folks got a hold of me, wasn't nothing she can do.
Yeah, she told you.
They don't care nothing about you. They'll lock you up and throw away the key.
That's right. Now, Jay, you saw your peers, you know, in school, you know, the nice things, you know, that some of the kids were pretty, you know, grew up middle class, little, you know, the family, two incomes in the family. Now, sports, you know, a lot of guys use sports in their mind to make a way for themselves. You know, they kind of make a plan. Now, what happened where you say, I need to have a plan so I can get out of here? What happened there, man?
A plan so I can get out of here? You mean as far as what?
When you was younger, you know, right now, you listen to some of the athletes, they tell you, what the deal was, grew up poor.
I never had a plan when I was younger. My mind couldn't even think that far. I was number 15 when I left the street.
Right.
I never thought about being a pro football player or no pro basketball player, nothing like that. I mean, I played sports in the street, but I wasn't doing it like with the schools or nothing like that. I wasn't on no teams and that.
Wow. Now, I heard the Ray Rice story before, and you know he grew up in New York, pretty rough projects. You know, he was a little guy, you know, and he could see that the streets could eat him up if he let it, and he said he was going to let sports, you know, let football, you know, get him out. Him and his mom, you know, Deion Sanders used to say the same thing. You know, I think him and his sister. He knew he was really fast, trained himself.
Right.
You know, he said he was going to use his, you know, the athletic ability because he had so much speed that he knew he could use that in baseball, track, football. He knew it was going to get him out some kind of way. And he said he went to see his mom at work one day, cleaning this hospital up. With what she had to do to, you know, just to keep clothes on his back, broke his heart. And that changed his whole mindset. You know. Now, you think, you know, like you did get in trouble one time and it didn't turn you right. It was no occurrence ever happened that made Jason Law stop and say, wait a minute, I'm 16. No, I'm 14. I need to have a plan, a real good plan. Like you said, your mind was messed up. Well, why do you think your mind was so messed up? Was just too much you was exposed to? What happened?
Nah, I mean, at that age, man, you really ain't thinking about the future like that. You know what I'm saying? You can live for the moment. I mean, I can't speak for everybody. I can't do nothing but speak for myself. You know what I'm saying? When you that young, your mind ain't thinking about the future. You ain't thinking about really nothing, man. I mean, other than having fun or doing just. I mean, you ain't. My mind wasn't set on the future.
Yeah. Now you had older siblings, right?
Right.
All right. Now in my neighborhood, one of the things that I think back, I say looking at some of the older cats. Some of the older cats used to have the down shoes, nice jeans, had their hair cornrow, it was cold. But those guys was working at grocery stores and they had no cars. So I was like, okay, I could see right there the high school diploma not going to get nobody that far, get a brother far. And then I looked at the man on the corner. He was driving a Mercedes and had a Saab. And he was sending his son to college, and he was a dentist. And then I looked at another stressed guy. He was a police officer. He had a nice car. Guy was a fireman. Guy worked for a General Motors plant. He was doing well. So I started just looking around. I was your age. I was like 12 when I started my publishing company with my friends. And I was just observing because I knew how I wanted to live. I wanted to do better than, what we had. We didn't do bad, but I knew that, we only had one car. Mom had to wait for my father to come home from work for her to go somewhere, and he had to take her. And I was like, nah, got to be better. I seen one guy, his family had 2 cars. I said, why he got 2 cars? We got 1 car. And I said, oh, his job is better than my father's job. So, I started looking and listening, man, to say, wow, what do I want to do? There was nobody in my neighborhood was athletes, went off for the pros and nothing like that. That was just on TV. We didn't have no YouTube, or ESPN 360 telling the stories of people's life. So I was kind of a little bit like you, man, but I was just very observant. We had guys that was in and out of jail. They would fight the police. One guy even killed the police. A couple guys took murder charges. Guys was raping girls. I was, 70s was rough, man, in Baltimore, because we were all stuffed in one neighborhood, the blacks, it's not like it was a mixture of races,
Right.
And it get hot, we didn't have an air conditioner, so it get hot, people get crazy. And I had cousins in the projects on the east side, I had a cousin, he got out being a musician, and he ended up going to college on a scholarship because he could play the drums, and he ended up becoming a mathematician, went to the Navy. So, I started seeing people start using their natural talent to make a way for themselves, whether they were good for fixing cars or whatever it was, I just started looking around. But I can understand what you're saying, because sometimes, you're not really thinking about having fun. You can think erratic, you're all over the place, So that can happen. So I see some guys that was erratic, and a lot of them not around today to even talk about it. They didn't have no patience, Now, all that experience behind you, you're moving forward. And that's what we're going to talk about in the top of the hour. We're going to talk about your publishing company, your book, Break Yourself, and your company, what is it called, Welcome to My World Publications?
Welcome to My World Publications.
All right, so that's what we're going to throw down on, man. So we're going to listen to this message real quick. We got 2 commercials. We'll be right back with Jason Law. That's right, the author, Break Yourself. Hold tight, everybody. We'll be right back.
Hey everyone, this is Tanika Gonzalez, spoken word poet. Whenever I'm online, I'm always listening to Jerry Royce Live. You can find Jerry on www.spreaker.com. Positive Power 21.
Are you an avid reader of urban fiction, looking for drama, suspense, and more? Reese World Publishing is dedicated to bringing the world's best literature to our readers. Urban fiction, erotica, sci-fi, mainstream fiction, and children's literature are just some of the genres produced by our diversified family of authors. You can reach us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and at our website, www.reeseworldpublishing.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional. An exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today. Available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.authorBillPowers.com.
Hi, I am Arthur Crystal Alexis, and I'm on Positive Power 21 with Jerry Royce Live. Woohoo!
All right, we're back with Jason Law, the author. You can find him on Amazon.com, Facebook. His book, Break Yourself. He has his own publishing company, and we're here to talk to him. His book is priced at $3.99. He got 5 and 4 stars. Readers are saying, wow, I must say this book had a lot of twists and turns going on. I was blown away. I read this book cover to cover in a matter of hours. Jason did his thing because this was definitely an action-packed and gave it a real-life view of drugs and the street life. Definitely must read. Another person said, this was a great read. This book will have you on the edge of your seat through the entire book. Man, it sounds like a James Bond movie. Jason, what's up, man?
Yeah.
Tell us about this book, man. Tell us about it, man. What's up?
Well, it's about four young cats that growed up together, in the street, and their occupation was robbing. Throughout the book, they lick after lick, and eventually it catch up with them. It's very, very cutthroat. Very.
Ooh. So these guys grew up together in the neighborhood, like from childhood?
They growed up together. They partners now. They growed up together, and all they do is rob. That's it.
Yeah.
Rob.
All right. Now, did you take a little bit of this from your life, or totally fiction?
Well, it be certain things, but yes, for the most part, it's fiction.
Yeah. That's good, man.
It's very, very, very realistic. You can actually see these things. Yeah.
So while you're reading, you can actually kind of like get a big vision of it, huh?
Yeah, like the things that you read in the book, you can actually see that stuff happening. You know what I'm saying? You can actually be like, yeah, I can see that actually happening.
Wow. Now, how long did it take you to pen that book, man, and even just the idea of, how you was going to put it together?
Well, it didn't take me but a matter of like 6 months. But, there was a lot of stuff going on and moving. You know what I'm saying? I was locked up. But putting it together, it pretty much came to me. Yeah.
Now, did that book occupy your mind, the whole time, man, trying to put your characters in place, your scenes? Now, how do you write your book, man? Do you did you just let it pen itself on its own, or you kind of already had it structured, like you knew exactly what you wanted to have?
Really both. I say both. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause I brainstorm and I put it together in my mind, and then as I'm writing, you know what I'm saying, there might be other things that pop up, and I throw them in there, and just put it all together like that, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everybody got their own style. Now, I heard in another interview you had penned a couple other manuscripts. Did you ever release those?
No, Break Yourself was the only one that I published. You know what I'm saying? It's the first book published, and I got others waiting to be published.
Yeah. And did you shop it around, or you just said, I'm just going to just take control of it myself, be my project, learn the business?
You say that I shop it around?
Yeah. Did you shop it around to other publishers before you decided?
Oh, no, man. I jumped straight out, and I decided that I was going to self-publish when I was locked up. You know what I'm saying? I had my heart set on it. So when I jumped, that's what I did.
Yeah. Good. Take your own control. Now, there's a lot of virtual publishers out there right now. Do you consider yourself to be like a virtual publisher? I mean, are you planning to bring other authors under your belt, or just going to be just your work?
Yeah, I mean, but I'm trying to build the company, you know what I'm saying? But it starts with me. And once I build a brand and build a fan base, then I can bring other authors in up under my label. Feel like that.
All right. Now, you come out in January. You got this big bad internet, man. Tell us, man, what was your first impression of the internet, man? You understand?
The internet. Well, I was fascinated by it, because when you've been gone so long and you see stuff like that, man, it just overwhelms, you know what I'm saying? But I couldn't believe how much the world had done changed.
No, wasn't it crazy, man? This thing been around for a really long time, man. I mean, all the way back to the wars. It was underground, like an underground communication. So when all the other communication is down, this is still up. The military used it. Yeah. And it's actually, a lot of people didn't know this, but it's actually an internet too. It's faster than this.
Yeah.
A lot of people, A lot of people didn't know that. Mostly the medical and science field use it for real time, discoveries and things like that. Yeah, man, I knew it had to be. How about cell phones, man? All this plugged up together, man. Wasn't that amazing?
Yeah, I know what I'm saying. When I left the street, they had the old school cell phone, the big blocks. Yeah, man. When I seen these, man, the text messages, the internet on, I was like, man, technology came a long way.
I know. I remember those phones, Don Johnson and Crockett Tubbs and them guys on Miami Vice with them big phones. You couldn't even put it in your pocket, man. You had to carry it around on your shoulder.
Right.
It had his own seat in your car. If you had a two-seater, it had the other seat. Yeah, I remember those days, man. Yeah, I mean, this thing is amazing, man. I mean, it's like a little miniature computer.
It is. You pretty much do anything, like the iPhones, where they got these Galaxies. You pretty much do anything on these phones these days. Turn your lights on in your house, start your car.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Yep.
Man.
Yeah, man, could cook your food, start your coffee making, smart. And, they got smart houses. BG&E had talked about this for a while, about having a smart house long time ago. But now, since it's like, you got the Facebook, you got Twitter, Instagram, do you understand, like, the whole platform of Pinterest, how you can utilize those platforms and market your book to millions? Do you understand
No, I ain't really even dealt with Pinterest. All I've dealt with is Facebook and Twitter. Yeah, those are pretty much the only two social networks.
And people move around quick too. The young people don't stick around. Once their parents understand it, they move to another one. So it's a lot of them out there, man. You know, the young kids know. They know who they are, and they keeping it quiet now. You know, so we can't spy on them. Yeah, that's right. But they don't know I could shut their whole phone system down right from my computer, and they won't get nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I told my son today, I said, man, if you don't keep this room clean, man, I'm going to shut your Wi-Fi down. He said, yeah, you won't have it neither. I said, yes, I will. I'll be still plugged up. I can unplug you. Yeah, they don't understand, man. Now, marketing promotion, man. What do you know about it? Social media,
marketing,
online.
And promotion. Well, I mean, all I pretty much do is market on Facebook and, like I say, Twitter. I mean, it ain't, I don't know of too many other avenues. I mean, those are the biggest ones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a lot of traffic on Facebook.
Yeah, it is. But let me ask you this though, Jay. Now, I was on your Facebook page, and I know that most of the people that you deal with, that you're meeting, they doing the same thing you doing, pretty much.
Right, you right.
They're trying to hustle books. You know, how's that working with authors that communicating, engaging people trying to do the same thing they do? I mean, do you say, hey man, I'll buy your book if you buy my book?
I mean, you got people that do it like that, man. But when you dealing with people that's all trying to do the same thing, I mean, you really ain't getting nowhere. You know what I'm saying? It's like McDonald's and Burger King trying to sell each other hamburgers. You know what I'm saying? What I'm gonna sell you a hamburger for when I got them on? You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to sell my own hamburger.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, but yeah, you know, it's a networking thing. You know what I'm saying? You get a lot out of networking with people. You know what I'm saying? Helping them out and however you can help them. You know what I'm saying? I try to help them however I can help them.
That was one of the first things I noticed too, man, when I was watching how, you know, you go in some of these groups and then you look and you say, wow, it's like the same people in the same group. So they in there posting like 200 times a day. And with the same people. So I'm like, you got to be spinning your wheels, man. It's like you guys got to be stuck in mud. And then you get a lot of fights. That's why a lot of fights out there, because people frustrated. Because some people have figured it out. Because I'm reading now that, you know, because Instagram is now allowing you to do, you know, a few seconds video, people using Pinterest, you know, because Pinterest is a real quick thing. That's an impulse buying thing. Because if you don't buy it, then you may not see it again. See, that's the thing about Pinterest was really designed for the fashion industry, for women. So in other words, if Jason Law had his own shoes out, Jason Law pumps, you know, you're selling shoes for women, and you put a pair of red pumps out there, and she said, oh my God, I've been looking for them. If she don't buy it right then and there, she will never find it again. That's how that works. Yeah, it ain't like you can Google Pinterest. Once that thing moving, it's moving. I think it is a way you can try to put the brakes on it, but the whole objective is to get you to make a quick decision.
Yeah.
Just think about that, man. If you was locked up for a couple of years, right?
Right.
If you had an IT background, I mean, you was a programmer, and you had all that time, you probably could have masterminded some type of program similar to that and said, if you think about it, Jay, you're a smart guy. You think about it now, because I'm gonna give you something to think about, like your homework. And I mean, you really gonna have to think, man. Innovation. We talk about innovation. You're talking about somebody sat back and said, all right, who's spending the most money out here right now? Whose money is moving? Who has the jobs? Who's making the big loot legally? Women. Women have taken over. It's the Oprah Winfrey world now. It's just the way it is.
Yeah.
So you say, what do they like? They love their shoes. They love their Mercedes, their BMWs, their Audis, their SUVs. They like their short skirts. They like their hair weave, their makeup, their nails. So if I'm a guy and I'm thinking about how am I going to capitalize on this, because I told you, my core group is women between the ages of 45 and 55. They love some Jerry Royce Live worldwide. That's my group. And my job is to find things that they're interested in and get it to them fast. You know, good shows. You know, they're going to love your story, man. You told a good story tonight, man. And thank you. You shared a lot. Now, how are we going to benefit from them, Jay? How you and I are going to make money from this group?
How we going to benefit?
Yeah, how we going to make money from this group? We know who they are.
You know, I can't do nothing but do me. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to try to appeal to them however I can, but I can't do nothing but bring me to the table, you know?
Yeah, right.
And
guess what they talking about now, man? They got this new thing say, first they used to, in business matters, they used to say, write a business plan. Guess what these top gun CEOs are saying now to business schools? They saying, write a customer plan.
A customer plan?
Yeah, that's just like, say you got an ice cream truck, and you went to Sam's, or what's the big box store that sell wholesale stuff where you live at in Georgia?
In Georgia?
Yeah. Is it like BJ's and Sam's Club?
Yeah.
Costco.
Yeah.
All right. Say you got an ice cream truck, independently owned, it's yours. Nobody tell you what to do. You know, it's called J Law's Ice Cream, Jason Law Ice Cream, or J Law Ice Cream. You go in there, and, you know, it's your first week on the job. You know, your truck going to go out. You're going to go buy your product, get your money. You know how much you try and make. And you say, okay, I'm going to get him a bar of strawberries. So you get them. And he said, oh, man, that's nice. Spider-Man pops. I like Spider-Man and Batman. Okay, that's what you got. So you're in the truck. Kids come up to the truck, and they look up and say, I don't like Superman. Oh, what the heck is that? Oh, man. Do you have the Joker? Do you have Megatron? You know?
Yeah.
Bumblebee?
Yeah.
You're like, no, man, this is all I got. So that's why they saying you got to have a customer plan. You got to find out before you buy your stuff, what do they like? What do your customers want?
Right.
What do they want? Now, the reason why I'm saying this because I've been doing this show over a year now, and I did this show back in 2006 to 2009. And there's a lot of urban lit writers out there, but it's not the best sellers. If you go out to New York Times and see what books are really selling, it's mystery novels. And, I mean, if you wrote this book, you can write a mystery novel. You can make it so that who did what? Who killed the drug guy? Who killed the corner boy? Who did what? The thing I'm saying is, I had a girl on here. She has 70,000 fans on her fan page. She said when she released a book, she has like 6,000 downloads for about 5 weeks, and she sells her book for $3.99. Not only does she have a place in D.C., but she said she traveled to Miami, California, then she'll come back and then she'll throw a stage play. And I was like, wow. And she said she could have wrote probably urban lit if she wanted to, but she went where the money was. Customer plan. So I'm just saying that.
She running that check, but she doing right.
That's right.
The thing is, man, you can't do nothing but what you can do. You know what I'm saying? I don't know nothing.
Yeah.
I can't do nothing but write about what I know about.
So
for me to try to jump out the boat and write up on something that I don't know nothing about, it ain't gonna come out right.
Nah, dude,
and it's gonna probably take me forever to do it.
So you're selling yourself short. Now you wrote probably a really good book, man, about these guys, right? All you gotta do is throw another spin on it and say, well, who killed the homeboy so-and-so? And then it's like, was it the cop who interviewed him? Was it his brother? Was it his aunt? Was it the neighbor? It's like, it's a whodunit. You could easily turn it into a whodunit. And that's what people want. Right now, they said the biggest podcast on earth right now. It's not Jerry Royce Live. I just say that. They said the biggest podcast, this woman, this white woman, she has this podcast following this murder trial in Baltimore. They said she got like 1 million followers. 1 million, man, plus. Because people want to know who done it, man. So I'm just telling you that because I know, by you just getting in this thing, I don't want to see you spin your wheels wrong. But I'm saying this was good.
I don't knock nothing, man. I try anything, especially if I feel like I benefit from it. I mean, I test the water. I still my toe in the water. You know what I'm saying? See what it is like. Most definitely.
Yeah, bro, I know you could do it, man. You're a smart guy, man. I mean, just reading your reviews, man, telling me right now that you got penmanship, you know how to tell a good story. I mean, remember, Miami Vice, Homicide, The Wire, they were the top show. The Wire wasn't just the top show because it was showing the gritty streets. It was a lot going on. It was some great stories being told in those books, man. People want to know, how was they going to get caught? You know, how these guys were so smart. That was the thing. It was like, how are they going to get caught? That's what people wanted to see. Who was going to shut this thing down? You know, it wasn't about people talking about homies selling drugs and this and that. There's just so many of these books, man. I'm just telling you, from where I sit at, it's going to be hard to grind because you only got so many people you can sell this stuff to, you know, before people like, they want to be entertained. That's why reality TV is so big right now, because people like seeing them people driving those big fancy cars, those big houses, and then in there fighting, acting hood in nice restaurants and stuff, you know, crystal glasses, and, you know, people want to see they looking at you. We getting a peep inside their world. Yeah. You know, you can do it, man. I know you can.
I mean, but you know what I do, man. My writing is raw and uncut. You know what I'm saying? And it all lies within the realm of reality. That. So when I write, it's gonna be something that when you read it, you're gonna be able to feel it. I mean, that's why I say that you can see, you can kind of picture the stuff actually happening. You know what I'm saying? And you get caught up in the story. And if you just if you the type of person that's in the street like that, or you done seen them type of people, you know what I'm saying? You may be reading like, man, I know somebody just like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's right. And I know, right? I met some guys like that too, man. You know, I'm lucky. You know, my boys, we had a DJ group, man. That kept us out of trouble. You know, we started getting jobs doing parties, and we did house parties in some of the roughest neighborhoods in Baltimore, White Lock and Linden. Man, you wouldn't want to get caught dead in those neighborhoods, but they made sure that the DJs got out safe. And, you know, we had our parents' cars and stuff, but they didn't mess with us, you know. But we played softball with those guys on Sunday, but when it was time to do business, they did business. You know, they'd play softball with you, but if you crossed them wrong and, you know, that money, you done. You know, you 6 feet down. You know it. All right, man. But look, man, sound like you're doing your thing. I just threw some things out there for, you know, by you being a publisher now, a CEO of your own company. Just wanted to let you know what Jerry Royce Live is seeing out there. You know, and like I said, I see fights out there because people frustrated, they're not making the ends. But I'm just saying that I know what people want to read. People want to be challenged. You know, sometimes they don't want to read where they from. It's like, you know, they want to be challenged in mind. People are smart now. These phones are taking people to another level. You know, we got all these business webinars. Check out these webinars. People talking about, you know, what's going on with Facebook, how to market on Pinterest. You can go right out there on YouTube and learn anything. I fixed my high-definition TV because my wife didn't want to throw it away. I fixed that thing twice just using YouTube. You know, I fixed my plumbing, you know, about to do it again. I learned how to set up this system. If it wasn't for YouTube, I wouldn't be right here right now doing this and, you know, this quality broadcast. You know, learn how to, you know, manipulate electronics and stuff. My parents didn't send me to broadcast school. They said no. I wanted to go bad too, man. I've been through this vision, man. But they said, no, you got to go to community college. And they didn't have radio broadcasting. They just had TV. And there wasn't no room for no brothers in TV. You know, they just want you carrying a football and slinging a baseball bat and bouncing a basketball, right? Right. That was the only option. That wasn't big enough to see. You see them dudes out there now, man, playing basketball. They should be playing football. So, you know what's up, man. Yeah, Jay. But you're doing a good job, man. I mean, you're just getting out of the gates, man. I just wanted to just let you know what I see, what I'm hearing, what's going on, the trends. You know, it's all about the trends, you know, how to make money, you know, without getting frustrated, you know, moving forward. You know, you want to have a family one day, you know, nice crib, nice ride, you know. You know, they got this thing called hobby. That's what happened after 5 years when you don't make no money. It's called a hobby. A hobby. You ever heard that one before?
Nah, I ain't never heard that one.
Yeah, bruh. The government won't even charge you taxes. If she make the money after 5 years, they say, man, that was a hobby.
Yeah.
Just letting you know, just telling you what I see, man, to one brother to another, man. All right? It's up to you what you do with it, but I just want to let you know, man, that you got to look at that New York Times bestseller list to see who's making the real money out there, man, Yeah. And you got the skill set to do it. You just got to study. Read some James Patterson books, man. That dude that teach you how to do it. Stephen King. See, you could turn a hood flick into a monster movie, man, or a paranormal. Them girls make some money too, man. Them ghost flicks, man.
That you said that I thought about making an urban horror novel, man. Cause you don't see too many. I ain't seen none like that.
There's some movies out there. Yeah, there was some out there that was produced. Yeah, I haven't read there's some books out there, but I know there has been some movies produced, like by the Weinstein brothers, like just those flicks they did. They were like kind of like hood, kind of, but mixed in with a little Valley Girl stuff, Yeah, you can do it, bro. Hey, guess what, man? You can actually out there do your own trailers, man. Get some people to act out some of the scenes for you, man, so you can, really do your thing on YouTube.
That would be a good idea, man. I was thinking about, like, after the book, the book do well, the book take off, branch out, do plays, DVDs, try to make a movie out of it, man.
And you know what, too, Jay? People always think they need a big cast. That girl I was telling you about, I think she had 5 people in her play. I seen, man, I'm gonna tell you, I thought that Mike Tyson thing was about the best thing I've seen. That was so entertaining. Not only did he tell a great story, but he was funny too, and it was sad at the same time.
Yeah.
Did you ever see that? You get to see that?
Nah.
Oh man, you gotta check that out, bro. Mike Tyson did a piece up in New York, just him on stage telling his story. People never really heard his whole story. They just saw documentaries and stuff like that. But he told, like, exactly how he got charged with that rape charge. Because all that was made up, man. He got set up. He talked about all that stuff.
I can go for that.
How he made his money. Yep, how he lost his money. I mean, he had some funny stuff, man, about Don King, how he stole from him. He was pissed, man. Yeah. I like to see Michael Vick do something like that too, man, when football all done. Because Michael Vick was kind of on a plateau of a Mike Tyson for football. Most dynamic quarterback, black quarterback you ever want to see, with track speed, bullet arm, vision. And what happened? They shut him down, man.
He got jammed, but he still got his money, though.
Yeah, right. He was lucky. Yeah, he was lucky that he went in at a time that he was able to come back and still have his skills. A lot of guys not that blessed like that. Like Mike lost his skills, man, when he came back. Took the fight out of him, man. Bad food and stuff. Yeah. But look, man, we got to get out of here, man. But look, we're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, man, we want to get your final thoughts for tonight's show. Just your final thoughts from our audience, man. Something for them to think about. We talked about a lot, man. A lot.
Right.
Some good stuff for anybody, man. Anybody. All right? Okay. Hold tight real quick. We're going to have a quick message right now. We're going to run back my man. Oh, shoot. I couldn't find that bad boy. Hold on. We just run this one back.
Hi. This is your girl, Cotton. The softest voice in poetry. And when I'm online, I listen to Jerry Royce live worldwide on positivepower21.org. You should be listening to Jerry Royce live.
All right. That was just a quick drop. We're talking to Jason Law. And I said, this was a very good show. I really enjoyed, talking about this. So he's talking about a young man who's been away for a while, come back, and then he see a complete change of the world. Just like that. Everybody plugged into their little device. That's our life. People doing business on it. People meeting people, getting married with it. meeting, doing their thing. It's like their world. Listen to music, reading, communicating. It's everything, man. Everything. And now he's out here trying to get his company off the ground. All right, Jay, you ready to give us your final thoughts for tonight's show, man?
Yeah, well, no, son, I just want to say that, we talked about the book, and I am brainstorming and getting ready to come up with a part 2 to break yourself. Just check it out, man. I mean, it's hot. That's pretty much all I got to say.
That's right. Check it out. Break yourself. And they heard the reviews. Excellent reviews. Very good, man. So your first book coming out of the gates, man. And I love to, wish you and your company the best, man. And we hope you can come on board and be an advertiser with us so we can, make sure people see you over and over again. That's one of the most biggest mysteries of the world, man, is understanding our consumers, man. What do they want? How many times they need to see before they make a decision that it's time to buy a Jason Law book or a Jerry Royce Live spoken word poetry album or whatever, like how many times they need to see before they say, I'm ready to buy it now. Oh, there it is again. Let me go ahead and buy it. That's one of the biggest things that advertising firms are challenged with these days is understanding the consumer,
Yeah, that's something that mainly that I gotta get acquainted with is the consumer and being able to promote and market the product. But I'm gonna get it together though.
Yeah, man. I mean, none of us really got this thing. Just like we thought we knew Facebook, and they about to change it up on us. Hey, man, I meant to ask you, man. Are you planning to do any touring? Like go out there. A lot of book festivals. I know you. A lot of stuff is new to you, but if you go out there, it's a lot of book festivals will be coming to different areas where you're able to get a table, sit down with your books and meet people.
Yeah.
A lot of them probably already know you from Facebook.
Yeah, I would, man, but I hadn't really thought about going around doing no book tours right now. But that's definitely something to think about.
Yeah. Or even if you don't set up a table, buy one. Just go out there and just meet people, man. Just see what they doing. How they do it. Sometimes you find somebody to partner up with. Man, you might find a guy pushing a different type of book, networking. See what's going on. Yeah, man. The game changes so much, Jay. Changes, man. In the blink of an eye, You gotta move fast, man. The internet is fast, man. Next thing you know, you out there posting, next thing you know, 2 o'clock in the morning. You gotta get up for work. Crazy like that, man. Yeah. All right, bro, we ready to get out of here, man. Again, thank you so much for joining us, man. We wish you the best with your company. Your books is coming out. Anytime you need anything, you need to know something, man, just hit us up, man. We on here for 20 hours a day. That's right.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here, man. I thank you for having me.
Yeah, man. I know it's good to be free too, man, and have a mission. A man is nothing without a vision, man. That's what keeps a lot of us in trouble. We don't have no dreams.
You get out without a plan. 9 times out of 10, you're gonna wind back up in there. It ain't nothing to revolving door.
That's right, man.
Gotta have a plan.
That's right. Understand the game, so you can stay out of there, man. All right, bro. Good luck to you, man. God bless you, man. Put God first, you'll be all right. All right, y'all. Big J, I tell them all the time, man, if they want to hear the good stuff, I mean the real good stuff, just like tonight, Jason Law, just from Georgia. He was a troubled youth, now he's an entrepreneur in the game now, the publishing world. It's not all that great world for everybody. So some people do well, some people don't. They swallow you up. But you gotta hang in there. Hang in there, y'all. I'm Jerry Royce Live. I'm worldwide. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Royce Live on PositivePower21.org and Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. This is a Royce Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Royce Live. All right, y'all. Stay awesome all week long.
You're listening to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide Podcast.
Hi, I am recording artist Marilyn Dunn from St. Louis, Missouri. If you are looking for some soul-stirring, anointed, spiritual, and heartfelt music, visit my website at www.marilynnDunn Or you can also find me on CD Baby, iTunes, and Reverb Nation. For booking information, contact Mr. Kevin Dunn at 636-856-0551. That's 636-856-0551.
Hi, this is Lady Von Sil Belcher, and you are listening to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Kat. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Ira Sandro Carter.
Hi, this is Phil Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Byrne. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show. Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dolly, the poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Lamar Marquise with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is a award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on Internet Radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Hardy, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.authorBillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional. And exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and welcome to PositivePower21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live Worldwide, and you're listening to episode 328, and my special guest tonight is Lady Von Sil Belcher. She is the voice that rejuvenates traditional gospel music, and we're going to have her on as soon as we hear our sponsor. That's right, James Deshay. He has his own podcast out now on Saturdays. And you can look them up at www.jamesdeshay.com, and it's DESHAY. So listen to this special presentation, my man James Deshay, the romance writer.
Are you looking for a great book of poetry that is romantic, heartfelt, and full of male emotion? Then get Thoughts, Love, and Reflections by James K. Deshay. That's D-E-S-H-A-Y. Go to www.jamesdeshay.com. You will enjoy Thoughts, Love, and Reflections.
All right, don't forget about James Deshay. Like I said, he got his own podcast. We're getting more information so we can cross promote with that gentleman. He's an awesome guy. He's doing a whole lot of positive things right now. He's talking about weight loss, getting your mind right, being romantic. Just he's spreading love. All right, y'all. I miss you guys. I've been off for a week. Spring break. I had to take off. It's hard to work when you got people off on spring break. Yeah, even old girl was off. She wasn't even on her BlackBerry or nothing. She just was straight up just enjoying herself. We went to the amusement parks, went to Ocean City, Maryland, walked the boardwalk. We celebrated our 23rd wedding anniversary. That's right, y'all, 23. The Jerry Royce Live and Nene. That's right. That's my love of my life. All right, let's get to business. I'm just so happy to be back. All right, y'all, we got Lady Von Seal Belcher. And she says she's a voice that rejuvenates traditional gospel music. And this is her bio. And right after I read her bio, we're going to listen to her music. She has a couple releases out there. We're going to get them to you also. Hopefully we have them in the beginning of this podcast. Born in the small town of Ozark, Alabama, she enjoys singing for her family, where she hails from a strong religious background. Her father was a noted minister, while her mother was a well-respected missionary. With deep gospel roots, her yearning to sing thrives. Today, her love for gospel music has awarded her many opportunities to minister in song and has led Lady Von Seal Belcher to pursue her fourth solo project. Von Seal moved her family to Rochester, New York, where she became affiliated with the City of Rochester Mass Choir, which was her first opportunity to perform on a professional singing level. In 1974, she and her family returned to Ozark, Alabama, when she was introduced to the Gospel Music Workshop of America, Alabama chapter. This association would prove to be the catalyst to her first recording venture with Harris Temple Church of God in Christ under the direction of Keith Ellison, when she recorded and sang lead vocals on the song, Do You Know Who Jesus Is, which became a blessing and inspiration to many. Later in 1985, she then relocated to Atlanta, Georgia, and transformed her GMWA membership to the Atlanta chapter, where she was welcomed with open arms. Residing in Atlanta, she took charge of her music career and began recording while in the studio. She met a man that would change the course of her life in music, Reverend Milton Bigham, then the president of Savoy Records, who gave her a little piece of paper with 3 lines that said, "Look where you brought me from." From those 3 lines, she sang 3 vocals on the track that appeared on the Georgia Mass Choir 1985 album, We've Got the Victory. The song became an instant hit on the gospel Billboard charts and still sung across the county, the country, and churches even today. Along with Georgia Mass Choir, Von Seal also sang lead on Hold to God's Unchanging Hand, also written by gospel great James Bigham. All right. And we're going to get on because we be reading and I'll be running out of oxygen. So we're going to listen to her tune, and the next voice you hear will be Lady Belcher. Hold tight, everybody. Her hit song, I'll Stand.
On me doesn't seem to be complete, but I've learned if I hold on to what your word says I am a chosen generation, yes I am, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a peculiar people, that's why I'll stand until your will is clear to me. are times when life gets crazy, and I don't know which way to go, Bonseal. But you know what? There are days when I wanna give up, I wanna throw in the towel, and I wanna let go. But you know I've learned that I should stand steadfast on what I know. I wish I had.
All right, man, we can listen to that one again and again and again. All right, Vonseal, welcome to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide. How you doing tonight?
Yes, thank you. It's a pleasure for me to be on Jerry Royce Live Worldwide tonight. Thank you for this platform.
You're welcome. I'm so happy to have you. I'm so happy to be back among the people.
Yes, I see you've been celebrating. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. I just came out of West Virginia, up in the same area this week. God is good to bless us to be able to go and to celebrate. Of course, mine wasn't a celebration. My grandbaby had open heart surgery, but God is good. She's supposed to be in the hospital for 14. God is good.
Now, it sounds like your call going a little in and out. Are you moving around? It sounds like a little knocking.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you better now. All right, good.
Okay.
All right. Well, it's a blessing that we had doctors that could perform that surgery, so that was worth celebrating. You know.
Right. God is good.
That's right. Amen. All right. The first question for Lady Vonseal Belcher is, who is Vonseal Belcher? Who is she?
Lady Vonseal Belcher is one of 14, one of actually 18 children. My mother was blessed to raise 14 children, preacher's kids. Like my bio said, my mother was a noted missionary as well, hail from Ozark, Alabama, a little town called Ozark, Alabama, and been a gospel recording artist since the early 70s. I'm a singer, writer, composer, publisher, and all that good stuff. That's a little bit about me.
All right. So 18. Wow. So what was it like growing up in the Belcher household? Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, it was actually McKinney. We were McKinneys, and it was wonderful. We had we had a great life. We had a spirit-filled life, God-fearing parents. It was just wonderful. I don't have no regrets to my upbringing, and God blessed me to be, I guess, like the miracle child of the family. My mother had 3 stillborn girls before God actually blessed her with a living daughter, and I was the first living daughter.
Wow. Wow. That's something.
Yeah. So.
So you have the rest of the siblings are all boys?
There are 9 boys and 5 girls.
Wow. So what's the age range? What's the age range of you guys?
Oh my goodness. We're all grown now. I mean, like grown. I think the baby is my baby brother is in his late 40s, maybe, early 40s or something like that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so all of us are grown now.
All right, now one of the things I always talk to people all the time about family members. A lot of us come from a family of 5, maybe 3, 3 siblings. There's always one go off and maybe be a lawyer or a doctor. One maybe have some music talent, maybe an artist of some sort, and then you have one that's always in trouble. What was it like for your family? What was your family like? Was it just one?
My family, it's one. It's one. It's a boy, and it's one. It's the old people call it back in the day that knee baby. It's him, and we want to keep him. We want to keep him lifted up before God. And his first name is Jesse. Everybody pray for Jesse that God will arrest him. He has a mighty call on his life, but the enemy has attacked him, and he's just allowing the enemy to continue to attack him. But on the flip side, my oldest brother is an evangelist and has been. My oldest brother was like saved and filled with the Holy Ghost at 9 years old. That's all I know about him. And he started preaching when he was 16, and he's a preacher. And I have beauticians in my family. My baby brother do Christian comedy. My brother Samuel and I, we were the music, the professional music, and my sister Julia out of Detroit. So we have a variety in our family, good family, you know. But, you know, you say you train them up in the way they should go, and when they get old, they won't depart. So no matter what they do, they eventually is going to have to come back. We hope they will eventually come back, yeah.
Now your brother, that's the Christian comedian. Is he funny? Is he real funny? Does he
yes, he is. Bishop Billy Bob. He's really funny. Bishop Billy Bob.
I want to hear him.
As a matter of fact, he's on. I know Bishop Billy Bob has stuff on YouTube. I know he does. Bishop Billy Bob lives in L.A. in Los Angeles at this time, and he's like I say, he's a Christian comedian. As a matter of fact, I just released a single about 2 weeks ago that I did with a Christian comedian. Her name is Aunt Mabel. And she just did her first song recording that I co-produced and that I wrote, and it's going really well. So I guess I just have that heart for comedians because my brother, you know, he's a comedian. He's very funny.
Yeah. So Aunt Mabel, she sings and tell jokes.
Yes, I'm going to sing you Aunt Mabel's song too, so you'll have it so you can listen to it.
Yeah. We'd love to have her on. Yeah. And have her inbox me so we can get on the show. We trying to fill up May. We working on May now. You know, after
Aunt Mabel is available, and I will forward you. She dropped her single on my label, as a matter of fact.
Oh, so you own your own label? So you didn't mention all of that. I didn't read that in the bio. I didn't go far enough. I was running out of air. Man,
I gotta keep that, I guess, under wraps. I just formed that label so I would be able to record. I record on my own label, actually.
Oh.
And I have my Glory Bound Records.
Glory Bound Records.
Glory Bound Records or GB Records, and I also am a publisher. And I think I'm going to kind of spread my wings in that area. Publishing and maybe recording for other artists as well, as the Lord allows.
Publishing. So when you say
like,
publishing, are you publishing books or just people?
I'm publishing music. At this point. I haven't got into the books yet, but a lot of artists, they have music out, but it's not protected. And I do have a publishing company.
Good. Now I read a lot of locations. Now, are you based back in Alabama, or you back up in New York, or you in Atlanta?
I am in the Atlanta area. Area. I've been here since, and I never go there. I'm a suburban baby, and I just kind of stay. I never hardly go into the city. Most of the time when I go there, it's basically for business. I say I need to get out and see more, but I live in the suburb. But everything is going on in Atlanta. It's a good entertainment place, good place to see. A lot of stuff to see in the Atlanta area.
All right. Now, since we're talking about you, Ms. Belchin, this is your label, your publishing company. Like I told you earlier, we always like to talk about the artist, because my audience want to get to know you first before they spend a dime on you. Now, tell us now, with your artists, tell us some of your plans. Are you now? I know you got the recording going, or got the studio thing going. Now, do you guys tour? Can we see you on YouTube performing live somewhere?
All you got to do is go into any media outlets and type in Lady Von Sil Belcher, or just Von Sil Belcher, and Von Sil is spelled V like victory, ONCILE. BELCHER. That's a B with like boy, ELCHER. I'm on all the media outlets, Facebook. Oh, please go like my fan page. I'm on Twitter, LinkedIn. I'm just out there. Just Google me. You'll find me everywhere. And my music is also available on all of the media outlets. And yes, there is some stuff on YouTube, and we're gonna build that and even put some more music on YouTube. There's some music on YouTube from my past projects.
That's right, because people love to watch you. You know, they say, right now they say video is the best media right now. People just want to see, they want to be entertained. Now with the technology streaming the way it is, you can. I mean, I'm not sure what you guys have out there, but we have this little device, like a little stick right in the USB connection, or maybe it's the HMDI, one of them connections on your TV. And turn it into a smart TV, and you can stream YouTube, Vimeo, anybody you want, anything, any app you want, right from your tablet, right from your cell phone. Beautiful high definition. Do you guys have that out there in Atlanta?
Probably do, but I'm not that savvy.
Okay. Well, in the Maryland area, we watch a lot of TV. I think from here up to New York, we watch a lot of TV. And they're pretty savvy here in the Maryland, D.C. area with technology, because we can't go out, after 10:30. They always say nothing good happens after 10:30, so everything pretty much starting to shut down, like the rural and the suburb area, because it's just getting so bad out. You can't trust nobody. So right. Just find yourself home and just enjoy your family and your electronics, your fun stuff. So with all that said, you're building your brand to be like an empire. And who are you building this for? I'm building what I'm doing. I'm doing it because God assigned this to me, called me to do this. I tell people all the time, if it was an assignment by God on my life, I would not be doing it, because little as a lot of people know, I've had a hit song out. I'm not classified as an indie artist, but I am an indie artist, and you don't get that support. I don't get that support. I don't have financial backing. I don't have sponsors or any of that. I'm just walking by faith in the calling that God has put on my life, and I know if I keep walking in that calling, things will transpire. Even though doing what you do sometimes seems like the doors are not opening, and you be like, Lord, why am I still doing this? But you know what? I'll stand. Sometimes I don't understand, even why. Sometimes I feel like the song said, throwing in the towel. I say to people all the time, I've thrown in the towel so many times, but I had to go back and get it, because I didn't put this call on my life. God put this call on my life. So, and sometimes it's not clear to me. I'm like, why I got to keep hearing the same rhetoric, the same, can I just be blunt, the same lies, the same promises, the same, but you just got to stand firm and have yourself in position and be ready when the doors do open for you to go. Because if you all confused and all upset, and God can send a opportunity and you are not ready. So we supposed to stand and be ready at all times to do the work that God has called us to do. And I do it because God has put this assignment on my life. Yeah, when the doors open up, boy, they open, boy. You got to be ready. You got to make sure you have everything in place. Everything covered. I hear you. All right. Now, you're the president, CEO of Glory Bound Records. All of you. Now, do you have any partners helping you out? Like a friend, some friend is there with you, helping you stand up.
Well, I do have a team. I have a team. I have a marketing team. I have a team. But the ultimate, decisions or whatever is, pretty much my decisions. And like I say, I put the label there basically for me to have somewhere to record what God has given me to do. Within the back of my mind, I was saying, okay, if the opportunity ever presents itself, I can also maybe record other artists. But when I met Aunt Mabel, I asked Aunt Mabel to do a Christmas gala that I had, and she had no product. She had nothing, and the people loved her, and she didn't have anything. I was like, you don't have anything to say? She said, no. I said, you never had anything? And I said, I see you as a singing comedian. And God just gave me this vision of her. And she said, okay, we can try it, and she jumped on it. And I'm like, she has a single out, and how many comedians that just have a music single out? And it's funny. I'm featured on it with her. I wrote the song. I shoved it over to you too. I wrote the song. It's called "The Holy Ghost Won't Leave Me." Mabel talks about in her comedy how, and she'll talk more about it when you interview her, I guess, about how the spirit of slap gets on her, and she just go around. You say something to her, she just slap people. So she comes out of this. She comes out of this slapping spirit. She done slapped everybody. They laying all out, and she just begin to sing and tell the Holy Ghost not to leave her.
Oh wow!
But it's a good song, and this is the first person that's actually come out on my label, and I'm excited about it. I'm excited about it.
You sound like
and I'm really And I'm really, really excited about what God is doing as far as my project, and it's entitled Phenomenal. That's the title of my new CD. It's phenomenal. The CD release will be phenomenal. Yeah. And the CD release is scheduled for June 20th at my church, the Faith Center, in Tucker, Georgia, right here in the Atlanta area. That's what I'm working on right now, the organization for my CD release on June 20th. And everyone is invited. It's free.
So you say you're releasing a CD called It's Phenomenal, it's a song?
Just Phenomenal is going to be the name of the CD, Phenomenal. The CD
awesome.
Yes. The CD will consist of 9 songs. I'll Stand is one of the songs that's coming up to the new CD. All Right is coming up to the new CD, and there's 7 other songs. And it's a variety project. It has praise and worship, church, a little quartet feel. Whatever you want will be on this phenomenal project.
Good for you. Congratulations. Now, do you have your own studio, or you have to rent time out for your?
I have to rent time. I have to rent time for the studio and the mix and the master. I don't have my own studio.
So
my
what's that
producer,
like?
No, my goodness.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I just saw dollars.
Oh, you just saw somebody?
No, I said when you said what's that like? I just thought financially. I just saw money.
Oh,
like because it like cost. But I don't know what area you were talking about. But it's like getting the right producer. If you get the right producer.
Yeah, because I was going to ask you about that because, I know nowadays, by you coming from mainstream and you used to a certain type of studio environment, you're going to go to those kind of guys. But what about some of the guys that's like in the middle? They don't charge a lot of money, but they're good at what they do, and they just building on something that's probably in their basement, but they have the talent because they worked for those guys before. Have you?
Well, I have. The friend that did Aunt Mabel's is a friend of mine. And he produces for a lot of major artists, but he has his own, his own side little studio. So when I got ready to do for Aunt Mabel to do her project, I called him, and that's who did her project. But it's a quality project.
Good. So,
but Tim Fryer and say again.
No, I was gonna say, but I mean, did he give you a friend break on the price?
Well, I wouldn't say a friend break, but it's nothing like the production that I have on my project as far as price. But then when you're dealing with people, it's according to the level of people that you're dealing with. You know how it goes, just like if you buy a Volkswagen as opposed to a Mercedes. So, but both of the productions are good, but, just like my mix and master. When you come to Atlanta and you say somebody look on your project and they say you mix and master that Dogwood, how did you do that? Because Dogwood is where most of your major R&B artists and your major gospel artists and all those people go. But when you're in this line of on the business side, every time you put something out, every time I put something out, I talk about me, I try to step it up a level. So I wasn't always on the production level I am now, even though I've always had good projects. I wasn't always where I could get my song mixed and mastered by Mr. Bronner at Dogwood Studios. But that don't mean you can't have a good project, but you do need to have somebody that's knowledgeable of what needs to be done on this level today, because a lot of digital is involved. Now, if you go to somebody and ask them to mix and master your project, and you ask them to tag it and code it, and they don't know what tagging and coding is, all right, okay, you're not up to the knowledge of what's going on right now, because radio right now do not want your project if it's not tagged and coded. So
that's right.
Yeah.
That's true.
So exactly, like with Aunt Mabel, they could tag it, but they wasn't able to code it, but I knew somebody else could code it for me. So I build those relationships on different levels, but you still get that quality job.
That's right. It's a lot to know. Technology. Yeah, it's good to know that kind of stuff, especially, when dealing with spoken word artists. But basically, we just interested in digital downloads for the internet, just for people with listening pleasure. It's not like they're going to be sending it to mainstream radio like you guys are. You're trying to get it out there.
Yeah, but I find that, right, I find most of my sales is when people hear me sing, actually.
Oh, really?
I mean, the digital downloads are there, but, they will go get, but then a lot of people like to have the physical copy for souvenir. Yeah, so you got some people that will do the digital downloads, but you got a lot of people, they want that physical copy, and once they hear you minister, that gives them to know, whether I want it or not. Just like on June 20th is a critical day for me. What I present that day with a room full of people, media, magazines, and all these people, what I present that day will go out as to, word of mouth. Do you want that project? Well, the project is good, but stage performance. So it's a lot of pressure, but it won't be that way. It won't be that way because God will not have it that way, because I know He wouldn't give me a phenomenal project like this. And if I do my part, He's going to do His part. And I just want to encourage the people to stay tuned and look forward to that project. And in the meantime, you can all go to all the media outlets, and my music is out there.
Check you out. All right, we're going to take a break real quick, Lady Belcher. So you can get yourself a drink of water. We're going to take a 60-second break, listen to a couple sponsors to help carry this show. That's right, y'all. We got some sponsors. Just think about it. Authors, artists out there, you're trying to reach a broad audience. I got a special group of people who's in the big thousands that listen to me. Remember, I'm in the Maryland, D.C., Delaware, Virginia area where all the money is. They used to call us the Gold Coast, because when everybody else is in recession, they still spending money because they government employees. I think we was going to shut down just a couple of times. I think we lost maybe 1 or 2 days, but they still paid us. So just remember what we're dealing with. We got contractors, government people, multi-millionaires in the middle-class areas of being millionaires. I call them middle-class millionaires, Ms. Belcher. They got so much money. So, with all that said, let's listen to our sponsors. Okay, everybody? Hold tight, everybody. We'll be right back with Lady Von Seal Belcher. All right, Dominique Wilkins. Good books.
Have you been hurt? Been backstabbed? Got a talking back team. Well, you're not alone. No. Escaping to another reality. Through Dominic Wilkins' good books, audio books, paperback, ebook, good books.
Available on ArthurDWilkinsGoodBooks.com.
Are you an avid reader of urban fiction, looking for drama, suspense, and more? Reedswell Publishing is dedicated to bringing the world's best literature to our readers. Urban fiction, erotica, sci-fi, mainstream fiction, and children's literature are just some of the genres produced by our diversified family of authors. You can reach us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and at our website, www.reedswellpublishing.com.
Hey everyone, this is Tanika Gonzalez, spoken word poet. Whenever I'm online, I'm always listening to Jerry Royce Live. You can find Jerry on www.speaker.com. Positive Power 21.
Belcher's singing. Oh, that's a beautiful song. She got a CD about to drop June 20th, her big day. It's phenomenal. The title of her is not a debut CD, but it's her coming under her label. Is it a debut for your label, Ms. Belcher?
No, it's not. I've been recording on my label since day one. This is my fourth project on my label. I released my first, it was like album then, like Wax. Be Strong on my own label some years ago, and this will be my fourth project entitled Phenomenal, produced by New Me Productions, 10 Fry Rod and the Edge, and it will be dropping on June 20th. But in the meantime, the singles are out there on all of the media outlets, iTunes, Amazon. It's everywhere. You can go and get your download shit on all the media outlets.
Right. So you're not a rookie to the business. You've been around for a while under your Glory Bound Records. Now tell now we're in the second half of the show. Now we're going to talk about the business part. Now, this was like the biggest challenge. You have a lot of young people out there. I'm going to tell you about young people. I know you deal with them in this business. They don't think about working for somebody first. They think about working for themselves first. I don't care. They've failed 3. I listen to a lot of podcasts with these young guys. They don't care. They fail 4 or 5 times. They feel they're going to get it right eventually. What do you have to say about this business, the challenge for you?
The challenge for me is, like I said before, it's just a financial financial thing, having the revenue because it's not enough just to produce the project. The money comes in marketing the project. It's so many times the artists put all their revenue into producing the project, but then when it comes marketing time, they don't have the marketing dollars. You can't market in a major way, but you need to have some goals or some ideas of where you're going to market your project.
That's right.
So
that's right.
That's where
you've been around. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Now, you've been around. Well, what's been really important to you when it comes to marketing? I mean, what's the first thing you say you want to do? You must do first when the project is released.
You need your branding and your image. You can't be one thing today and one thing tomorrow and another thing the next day. I look on Facebook, I see you this way one day, the next day you got a brand and you have to stick with that brand so people will become familiar with you in that vein. And no matter where you are, out in, on stage, off stage, you stick with that brand. That branding is a very, very significant. And with this project, I went through a total rebranding because the brand that worked in the 80s or the 90s is not the brand for 2015. So I kind of went for a new brand. It's like the Bible says you put new oil in old wine skins. Okay, if I go back and use the same brand I used on my first project in 2015, and the music has changed, everything has changed. So you have to go through sometime a rebranding, and that's what I've been doing for the last year and a half or so, is the rebranding and making sure that my music is competitive. A lot of people say, well, you don't supposed to be competing. Well, if you want radio airplay, you need to compete with the market for the standards that they want you to have. So, and matching the market in that area, and even with your artwork, make sure your artwork is not looking like you took one CD and laid it on a Xerox machine and just copied it. Excuse me, Xerox, I just used your name. Don't sue me. So all of that has to have a profession, because the first thing a person sees when you say, here is my music, is the artwork. They don't see the music. Yeah, the way the outside packaging look makes them be curious enough to go in and say, hey, if it looks like this on the outside, I really, really want to hear it, what they have on the inside, because a lot of indie artists have phenomenal music, but then their imaging and their packaging is not up to par, so it don't give a person the interest to look inside and see what's there. So I would say imaging for me is the imaging and the branding and staying current, being relevant.
Yeah. Now, when you say, you're looking at the 80s and the 90s, so what do you have to do different? I mean, what do you think, like your audience, I'm not sure who they are right now. They probably the people who probably been following you since you've been doing your music. I mean, who you trying to appeal to?
Well, it's amazing how God, does things. I was just singing in Martinsburg, West Virginia yesterday. And I know this little girl, and she's on my Facebook page. Children always come up to me everywhere I go. Like, she's about 4 years old. But she says, hey. I said, hey. She said, I just want to tell you I love your singing. Wow. And I don't know if it's my voice. I don't know what it is, but everywhere I go, I figure at this point, I will reach 40 and above, maybe some 30s, when you really look at it, when you speak traditional gospel music. But everywhere I go, I have young people that always come up to me and tell me how they like that song, what the song is about. I have a 4-year-old granddaughter. She just turned 4. And I have one song that's coming out on my project. The title is Rain, Jesus, Rain. The first day I played the rough draft of that song, and it talks about take over, Lord, take over and reign in my life. Mm-hmm. And till this day, when she see me, she says, Grandmama, how is take over? That is her song. She loved that song. So wow. I'm saying that to encourage all of the artists. Don't think that you cannot appeal. You know, you have your group of people, but your ministry, if it's ministry, it can touch from the babies up. So it's hard for me to say I'm just going to appeal to this group of people, because when I go out and when I go and do concerts, or when I go to churches and minister, I be wondering in the back of my mind, what young child what teenager is going to come up to me today? And it's gotten to the point, it's so relevant until I have gifts that I carry with me everywhere I go. So whatever child comes up to me, if it's a boy or if it's a girl, if it's a teenager, I have something I can give them, because they always come up to me. And I can be talking to a group. If I can be talking to a group of adults, if a child come up and grab onto me, I stop everything and give that child that attention. And that happens to me all the time. And I talk about it to my kids. I talk about it to my pastor. It's amazing. You know, you would think I'm up here singing and I'm singing traditional gospel music, and then I look in the audience and they clapping and they dancing just as hard as the adults. So
the angels.
Yeah.
Little angels.
So I'm just like, now, okay, God, you show me over and over and over that my music appeals to everybody. So I'm not closed. I'm not locked. I'm just doing ministry. And as they used to say, let the chips fall where they're made. Let whoever's going to be blessed, healed, delivered, or set free, let it happen. Let it happen.
That's right. Now, we talking about marketing and branding. Now it sounds like your audience is so widespread and you don't know who they are right now. When it comes to budgeting for marketing, offline, online, what's more important to you right now, since you know the game?
What's important to me right now is having the revenue that I need when this phenomenal project comes out, when it drops, to be able to market it. I can't spread it everywhere, but there are certain places, certain magazines, to be able to get it to as much radio as possible. Because, again, I say it's not about the popularity, it's about ministry. And the Lord blesses me to write songs that encourage, songs of encouragement and inspiration. And I just want to reach the masses. You know, if you're going to do something, if you can't do big things in big ways, do little things in big ways until you can do big. Because you just never know who God is going to send your way. If I just keep sowing seeds, you know, I'm sowing seeds into my own ministry. And if you can't support your own ministry, who is going to support it? So I just keep doing what I do and walking through every door I can walk through and ministering to the best of my ability, the gift that God has given me. Because I will say to you and I will say to the listening audience, the job that God gives you to do is not done until you do it.
That's right. Amen. That is powerful.
Exactly. So
now you just don't have, you know, your brand to worry about. Now you're dealing with another artist. Now, young people out there listening right now, that's a concern. They're taking on other artists. They don't know what they're doing out there. How do you keep Aunt Mabel from, you know, messing up her brand? How you keep her on the straight and narrow? Or did you watched it for a while and you knew she was the right one? God said, okay, she's okay.
Well, that night,
heart and soul in her.
That night, the Lord just led me to get with her, to question her, to ask her. You know, I'm like, where's your music? Where's your company? Where's your record? I don't have nothing. Like all this time you've been running, and that's just the way I was talking to her. I said, would you like to do something? And she said yes. And she was like, a lot of people promised me, but nobody never did anything. And I'm like, okay, if you want to do something, and I'm telling you, in a 3-week span, we was in the studio and out.
Wow.
We were. I think we did two sessions. I sent the song over to you. You have a chance to listen to it. Like I said, it's funny. It's good. It gave me, and it also put me in a position I've never been in before, because I've never collaborated with anybody on a song. I've always been a lead singer, just like with our stand and Reverend R.L. Bush. I've never collaborated with anyone like that, but my producer saw that, and he pulled in Reverend Bush, and the song is, I mean, it is just taken off. And even my first single, All Right, people just will not stop playing it, even though I put the new single out. Some people just, they're just going to play All Right because they like, and some people are playing both. So I'm thanking God for the favor of people like Jerry Royce Live nationwide that takes the opportunity to support the independent artists. So I just want to encourage all of you. Just stay encouraged. Just stay encouraged.
That's right. Believe in yourself. That's right. Because I remember, it's funny, to me, Ms. Belcher, I'm riding down the street, and I'm like, man, I need to put a spin on this thing. What can I do? And then you hear a message come in through the radio, and my last name is now live. It was like, it went like that, because I just wasn't feeling Jerry Roy's show. I was like, my brand is not complete. I'm not excited. How am I come on there, vibing with people when I don't feel like I'm completed yet, So I understand what you're saying, And Aunt Mabel, I remember there was an Aunt Mabel back in the day, and people loved her to death, Lady was funny, comedian, So that's awesome. Man, I wish you the best, and I want you to hang on, because I want to refer somebody to you. You may already know about them, but I think you would love to work with this group. They get your music out there. I actually partner with them on the weekends. I play gospel music all day on Sundays, about 20 hours.
Okay. That's that's a blessing.
Yeah, and awesome. I listen to some of these independents that they have coming through their station. I'm like, what? This person's not mainstream? But I'm hearing, a lot of them don't want to be mainstream. They like having control. The passion is, you may not have someone picking up, all the hats you have to wear for you, if you don't have those kind of friends. But I love it. I know my son and I, my family, we put a lot into this. And I know one day somebody could come to me and say, hey, let's write you a check and you work for us. I don't know. I like having my, if I don't feel like coming on Tuesday, I'm not coming on Tuesday. I'm chilling with my family. And they said, well, you're on the contract.
My thing is, if I sign a deal today, God forbid, I'm not saying I don't want a deal. I don't want it perceived the wrong way. But if I sign a deal, I feel like I could build I could build a team and do the same thing if I had the money.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's the marketing dollars, and I just stand in faith, and I believe that God is He's not gonna let me do this all these years. I mean, I've been doing this many years. One of these days, some help, is gonna come. It's gonna come, but until then, until then, I'll stand because I know everything is gonna be all right. Because the Holy Ghost won't leave me.
And I think this is a good time for you because social media actually take on another level now. It's so many tools available now for independence now. Where before, you just had the airwaves. If you couldn't get on 92Q, 103, New York stations, Atlanta big stations, the ones that have control of urban radio, and they always had that little weekend slots for gospel, and everybody's in church pretty much when it's playing or on their way to church. And by the time you get in rotation, they're already sitting down in their pews. Then they can't hear you. Nowadays you got people plugged in to their smartphones, listening to you on their way to work. Some people even got the headphones on while they're in church. I see that. Some of the young people. Well, not just young people, but anyway, people can plug in anytime they want. If you're talking about a person only getting 5 hours of sleep, they pretty much plugged in 21 hours because they love it. They love with the internet. It gives you control. Pick what you want to hear, listen to, and what you want to see. And it's getting there now where I think the big boys are getting concerned, and I think eventually the FCC is going to try to take over www, the World Wide Web some kind of way, which is going to be tough, but, they're going to try to figure it out some kind of way. But for right now, I'm having a ball with it, and, I don't know. You got to do what we can do while it's ours, free enterprise.
Right. It's a blessing that God put you in that position, that you are compassionate and have a heart, not only for the majors, but for the independent artists as well. And I appreciate this platform, and I would like to say to your listening audience to continue to support you. And if any sponsors are out there that's listening to sponsor your broadcast, that the Lord will continue to enlarge your territory. And I would like to also, the Lord can continue to enlarge your territory. Because too much is given, much is required. So we need the revenue. And I'm not just talking a money sermon tonight, but it's just the truth. We need the revenue. You can have the gift, but your gift can't be heard to the world. It takes finances. It takes sponsors to sponsor your broadcast. It takes sponsors that will invest in your goal, your dream, your aspiration, and what God has given you to do. And I'm going to speak that God will bring more sponsors forth to your broadcast, that you might be able to enlarge your territory.
That's right. Amen. Because one of the things that I guess have to keep in mind, we have to advertise and promote just as well. We just can't continue to just keep sending the same signal to the same people. We have to be out on social media. We have to invest money in Facebook. We have to cross promote with other podcasters. We always out there reaching out, and they're reaching out to me as more, and they encourage me to say, okay, let's share our audience. It's no big deal, Give people the freedom of choice. And everybody bringing different things to the table anyway, and get to know people like you, Lady Von Belcher, right?
Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate this platform, and I want to say to the listening audience, please go to your media outlets and download my music. It's there. And I am available to come to your city for your pastor's anniversary, your prayer breakfast, whatever it is. I am so blessed, and I'm not being conceited, but I'm so blessed that God has given me music that I can sing for any occasion. Any occasion. Revival, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I'm going to keep you in mind because we definitely looking at promoting concerts down the line. All right, I want you to hold tight, Lady Belcher. I want you to give us your final words to, for the show. So hold tight. We're going to have one last sponsor. All right? We're going to have one sponsor. As soon as he come back, it's all yours, okay? All right.
All right, thanks a lot.
Listen to another message from Bill Powers. Hold tight, everybody. Bill Powers.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.com. BillPowers.com.
Von Seal girl, we got to tell these young folks about who won't leave us hanging. I know somebody that won't leave us hanging. The Holy Ghost won't leave me. The Holy Ghost won't leave me. The Holy Ghost won't leave me. Guide me all the way. The Holy Ghost won't leave me. The Holy Ghost won't leave me.
All right, you got to check out Bill Powers. That's a well-written book. I know a lot of people complain about errors in books and everything. Well, that's a well-written book. Professional man, been in the industry, pharmaceutical for many, many years. And what a story he told in that book, The Farm. All right, we're about to end our show, episode 328, with Lady Von Seal Belcher. She has a CD being dropped, will be dropped June 20th. It's called It's Phenomenal. 9 songs. That's a lot. Because you know how some of those people only dropping 4 or 5 songs with the same amount of money. Publisher and label, Glory Barrel Records, her family, you know, Alabama. She's now sponsoring, well, she's now producing an artist. Congratulations to that. And we're so excited for you. And hopefully we'll be able to do some business with you and have you come to Baltimore, Maryland, and be part of one of my clients. That's my dream, is to get back into promotion. My brother and I did it years ago in the modeling industry and fashion shows and all that stuff. We was pretty successful, and I said, wow, maybe that was a testing ground. Maybe that just showing what I'm made of, that I can do it on a bigger level for God.
You can mix it up. Mix it up.
That's right. That's right. You know, and that's what radio's about. You know, radio's supposed to get the word out to the people and just bring them in and, you know, hosting your own event. Nothing. And I think I always feel bad for some of those radio DJs who have put in all those years to some of those stations, and they up all night hosting shows, you know, for people like Stevie Wonder singing all night and this person and that, and then they get down to like their final 3 or 4 years, and then they get fired. They terminate their contract, and it's because they didn't have control. And I think podcasting gives you that control. So, you know, like you said, just like you put it out there, people support us. I get to a level where I can start sponsoring promotions and I can host nice, lively events for, you know, a few thousand people. It don't have to be a big crowd. You know, bring artists in like you and entertain us all night and have some dinner and all that good stuff. I love to have that. And I have a facility that's at that level. I think they're still waiting to put their kitchen in. I have to meet with them. But I already found my venue that I'm going to promote and bring artists in. So it's happening. It's going to happen. It's real close.
It's going to happen. Yeah. I feel it too. Just keep walking toward it, and no matter what happens or how tough it might seem to be a problem, sometimes God is just trying to test your loyalty.
Yeah, I know. I've been
to see if you're going to be,
some years. Yeah, we just show up. We've been in publishing. That's right. We've been in publishing for 20-something years, and we had to shut down and go back to work. So I know. I know. It's tough working for somebody else. All right, we're ready for your final thoughts.
I just want to say to the listening audience, is just to be encouraged, to be positive, you know, and if you have goals, dreams, or aspirations, you know, be aware of that and be engaged in it. You know, and then another thing is to operate in real time. Operate in real time. Be supportive of others. Be social. This is to all my artists or anybody that's in business or anybody that has goals, dreams, or aspirations, just to be encouraged and to stand knowing that God's promises is yea and amen. He will not fail you. He will not let you down. Stand in faith. Just operate in faith and continue to pursue your goals, your dreams, and your aspirations, because it's going to be all right. As a matter of fact, by faith, it's already all right. Thank you so much for this platform. Yes, Jerry Royce Live, nationwide. Thank you so much.
All right. That's right. I appreciate the nationwide, but I love worldwide. I know you knew.
Worldwide. Oh, I should have said worldwide. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem, because, you didn't get a chance to get to know us before the show started. So it's cool. We feel you. And we love having you on the show. You are awesome guest. And like I said, I definitely want to do business with you. I want you to hold the line because I want to exchange some information with you. And so we can get the business started. All right, everybody. I tell you, Ms. Belcher, I tell them all the time, they want to hear the good stuff. I mean, the real good stuff. But we living it up right now. I'm having a good time here. You got to listen to Jerry Royce Live worldwide on PositivePower21.org. That's right, PositivePower21.org and Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. They host my stream, but you come on out to my website. Check out everybody who purchased covers, displays, billboards, channels, power pages. Check it out, y'all. They ready to do business with me. And these people are good. God sent them to me for a reason. So you check them out. All right? Introduce your kids to them. A lot of good material out there. All right? Of course, you got to be careful with the urban lit, but we're working on that. All right, everybody. I'm Jerry Royce Live worldwide. Have a good one. Stay awesome all week long. Peace. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Royce Live on PositivePower21.org and Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. This is a Royce Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Royce Live. All right, everybody. Thanks for tuning in.
Von Seal good. We got to tell these young folks about who won't leave us hanging. I know somebody that won't leave us hanging. The Holy Ghost won't leave me. The Holy Ghost won't leave me. The Holy Ghost won't leave me. Guide me all the way. The Holy Ghost won't leave me. The Holy Ghost won't leave me. The Holy Ghost won't leave me. It'll guide me all the way. Satan tried Jesus. It was out in the wilderness. He tried to get my love to turn stones into bread. Satan tested him to see if he'll be strong. Jesus told Satan, you better go and leave him alone. I said the Holy Ghost won't leave me. The Holy Ghost won't leave me. The Holy Ghost won't leave me. It'll guide me all the way. Now when that Holy Ghost come up, I'm gonna tell you what he'll make you do. See, he'll remove the spirit of slack off of you. Hey. He'll pick you up, turn you around, give you joy you never found. We're running in your feet, we're clapping in your hands. We'll make you want to dance, make you want to dance, make you want to shout, 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 shout. Pick you up, turn you around, oh, guide you all the way. Gonna guide you all the way. Make you wanna dance, make you wanna shout, make you wanna dance, make you wanna shout. Give you power, power, right? How to live right. Wave your hand in the air. Wave like you just don't care. Okay. Ain't nothing wrong with giving God praise. It ain't nothing wrong with giving God praise. I see you like giving God praise. Do you feel like giving God praise? I feel like I wanna dance. I feel like clapping. I'm clapping him. Giving God praise. Come on, somebody. Come on, y'all. Let's give him some praise. Hey. He's worthy. Yes, he is. Oh, tell the girl. You better sing while I see him. Hey. Wow, I'm about to fall out. Hey. Oh, he's good. Oh, yeah. Hey. I'm about to fall out. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, hold me up. Hold me up, Holy Ghost. Oh, Lord, I done broke my glasses.
You are listening to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide Podcast.
Hi, I am recording artist Marilyn Dunn from St. Louis, Missouri. If you are looking for some soul-stirring, anointed, spiritual, and heartfelt music, visit my website at www.marilynnDunnMinistries.com. Or you can also find me on CD Baby, iTunes, and Reverb Nation. For booking information, contact Mr. Kevin Dunn at 636-856-0551. That's 636-856-0551.
Hi, this is Charles P. Walker, saxophonist, world recording artist, and I'm on Jerry Royce Live.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? This your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Ira Sandro Carter.
Hi, this is Phil Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Phil Livin. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show. Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dahlia the Poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Mama Keith with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin in, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is a award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on Internet Radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.authorBillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional. And exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and welcome to PositivePower21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live, and you're listening to episode 327 with saxophonist and recording artist Charles P. Walker. That's right, his bio. Before I read his bio, don't let me forget about our sponsor for today's show, and that is Reach World Publishing. So stay tuned for a 30-second presentation of Reach World Publishing.
Are you an avid reader of urban fiction, looking for drama, suspense, and more? Read Swell Publishing is dedicated to bringing the world's best literature to our readers. Urban fiction, erotica, sci-fi, mainstream fiction, and children's literature are just some of the genres produced by our diversified family of authors. You can reach us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and at our website, www.readswellpublishing.com.
All right, everybody. Welcome back. Appreciate you tuning in tonight to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on PositivePower21.org. For those of you that's listening to us on Spreaker, Spreaker.com, PositivePower21. Don't forget you can visit our website at www.positivepower21.org, where you can listen to all our shows streaming 24/7, and you got an opportunity to check out some of our new releases, some of the books of some of our guests, and music that's hitting them Amazon top sellers list right now. So if you want to be able to make a quick purchase, one click, bam, and it's your own. You own it on a secure website like Amazon.com, the big monster of online retailing. And don't forget too, my good friend under my brand, Tanika Joy Gonzalez, going to be pushing her spoken word LP, which is so awesome. So many powerful messages. You hear some pain, you hear some hurt, but passion, love, all that's right in that LP. I think it's like 12 poems, and she reads so adequately, and also the music is superb with her voice. So I think you enjoy it. Good listen. All right, everybody, let's talk to Charles P. Walker. Let's read his bio. The name of his CD is called Life Changing, A Journey Called Grace. It's about 15 tracks. Born in Hueytown, Alabama, Charles began playing the saxophone at the age of 12. 2 years later, at the age of 14, his unique skill and passion for music opened the door of opportunity for him to begin playing at the Hopefield Baptist Church in Wylam, Alabama. Charles quickly became one of Birmingham's most sought-after saxophonists. His musical influence and styles attributed to the likes of Grover Washington, Cannonball, Kirk Whalum, Gerald Albright. However, his music carries a distinction that is like no other. In the year 2001, Charles moved to the music city of Nashville, Tennessee, where he quickly began engaged with some of the industry's most elite artists. His studio sessions with countless artists and his contributions to many projects with notable artists such as Bernard Harris, Kevin Whalum, for opening for Snooky Newful and Donnie McClurkin, and sharing the stage with many contemporary Christian artists, including the Planet Shakers, Jamie Grace, and band members from Royal Taylor and Building 429, have respectfully kept Charles' name on the lips of many artists across the country. Charles is one of the featured artists at the biannual Kingdom Global World Connect Conference, the Music Boat, and K-Love Christian Cruises. All right, man, what a bio. Powerful brother. All right, let's bring him on. Mr. Charles P. Walker, welcome to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on PositivePower21.org. How you doing, sir?
Doing fine, doing just fine. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, my pleasure, Charles. We're glad to have you, sir, and, welcome you to the Maryland, D.C. metro area, where my audience love to get to know you, man. So the first question for Mr. Walker is, who is Charles P. Walker, the saxophonist and recording artist?
Well, Charles Walker, I'm just a country boy from Birmingham, as you heard in the bio. She grew up in a family of five, my mother, father, and had a brother and sister. And actually, I always wanted to be a drummer. And by the time I entered into the 7th grade, I decided to give saxophone and trumpet a try out, and then I had to try to decide what I want to hear. And at that time, I think I heard Grover Washington Jr. and some others, Gerald Albright and Cannonball Adderley, and they just wowed me. I just really liked what they did, and took a liking to the saxophone, and that's what I decided to go with. And just growing up, my father was really the only person in the family that had any, type of musical talent. He actually sang at church, and we grew up in church. My mom and dad always made sure that they raised us up as Christians and God-fearing, and wanted to make sure that we were in church. So had the opportunity at around age 12 to play in church, and got a chance to really experience playing outside of the house, but in your room, and getting those nerves and those cobwebs off of you. And Pastor let me play, and I loved it, and just started seeing how it just kind of blessed people, and just thought I had something going there, and I really liked it, and it touched me in a way I'd never been touched. So I decided I would just keep at this. I think growing up, a lot of people, they call you band nerd, and you're not popular and everything. But it's mighty funny how most of those people, calling me to play for either their wedding or something they had going on. But that's just something that I've always wanted to do, and thank God I'm still able to do that. Finally, went to college and met Gerald Albright. I was really fortunate to meet Gerald and Kurt Whalum, and I was asking Gerald, because I knew he was a guy that was married and out on the road, and you hear a lot of artists that relationships don't work out because they're on the road all the time, and that's one thing that really scared me. So talked to him, and he was like, one thing you always want to do is find someone that has similar interests, or at least like what you do or understand what you do, because the last thing you want is to have to go play somewhere or perform and they don't want you to go. So met my wife at the time, and we both were playing in church, and she was a musician too, great piano player. And so we actually had that similarity where we played together a lot and all over the city of Birmingham, and decided to move here to Nashville back in 2001, and tried to get connected into the music scene here, and finally met an awesome bass player named Bernard Harris. I'm sure some of the people that are listening have heard of him. He's just awesome. He does amazing stuff on the bass. It's crazy. We got to play with him and travel, and recorded a CD, and some of the songs that I put on the CD were really just kind of a testament to what I went through at that time. Don't have funds to finish it. It's very expensive to record, and so just kind of hearing the Holy Spirit telling me just keep going, and just really being in that season where you are obedient to the Holy Spirit and just listen to God and just step out there on faith. And we got this thing finished, and it's been traveling all over the world, been to Brazil. Hopefully we'll get to Africa, and traveling over the U.S. and playing and ministering the song to different people. And it's just been a blessing. So that's kind of the life of Charles Walker in a nutshell.
And Charles, and while we got you on the line, man, where can people find your release, man, your digital? Where can they find it?
Yes, they can go to my website, which is www.charlespwalker.com. That's Charles P, like P as in Paul, Walker.com. Or they can go to iTunes or CD Baby or Amazon, and they can purchase there. On my website, you can purchase the physical copy and have it shipped to you, or you can purchase a digital download. And you can also find me on Twitter. It's Charles P. Walker, the number 1 on Twitter, and then you can find me on Facebook under Charles P. Walker.
All right, because I was actually trying to locate it on Amazon. I couldn't find it. I saw Bernard, so he has several CDs out there, but I could not find yours, man. I guess I'm gonna have to spend some more time at that, get the actual copy from you. So you said it's actually under Charles So we look under music, so they need to go to music, right?
Yes.
So we go to music, digital music, put in Charles P.
Mm-hmm.
Charles P. Walker. Let's see if we can find it now. Maybe I forgot to put the period on there. That's probably what it was. All right, here we go. I got it, man. Here we are. All right, $8.99. They can own it. Man, you do have a lot of songs out there, man. All right. Now while we have you on here now and we talking about, you, your music I found on Amazon, we're going to play one of the cuts, short piece for everybody to get a chance to hear the sounds of Charles P. Walker. So hold tight, everybody. We're going to listen to the sounds of Charles P. Walker, the saxophonist and recording artist. All right, that's called Not the Time, Not the Place. Is that correct? Not the time, not the place?
Yes, that is.
A couple tracks.
That is.
That's awesome. Beautiful, beautiful, man.
Thank you.
Now, Charles. Now, a lot of times, when people had the opportunity to listen to a beautiful, piece like that, saxophone, I have never heard a bass saxophone. Well, maybe in middle school, a bass saxophone player. But once you start getting up to the professionals, playing in nightclubs and they'd never hear the likes of Charles Walker in a jazz club or a blues alley in a place like that, would they?
Yeah, I've actually, I used to, when I lived in Birmingham, I played at a few places down there. The 22nd Street Jazz Cafe downtown Birmingham. That's a popular spot that's owned by a singer in Birmingham named Ona Watson. So he has an owner's place. And I think it's actually still up and running. I played there before and played here in town down in Printers Alley, down at B.B. King's, downtown Nashville. So, yeah, I love playing, and I try to keep the music inspirational, and just have fun. We play the old school stuff and some new school stuff, but, a lot of this new school stuff now, man, you have to watch out for those lyrics.
You sure do, man. That is the truth. That is the truth. I remember we used to have a real popular jazz spot here years ago. It was actually named after a famous jazz singer. I don't know why I can't think of her name, because they have changed the name of those places, I think Blues Alley ended up taking over that spot, but I'll find her name in a minute. But we don't really have too many places in the Baltimore area to go to except for this one spot that's downtown. But I know in D.C. they used to have a couple of places where, gifted, professional, musicians can get together and play. And the Blues Alley is one of the most popular places now. We have a good friend named Lori Williams that played there. She got a chance to get some talented musicians together, play for her. So that's good to hear, man. A lot of people, they don't have the opportunity to follow a lot of gospel artists because, you guys, it's hard to, a lot of people don't understand how to track you guys, except for when award shows come on. That's when you start hearing about you, even though gospel music is so big. In your opinion, Charles, when you think it's going to become, is there any chance that, with the help of the internet, becoming mainstream for a lot of us, man?
I honestly, based on my experience, I I don't see it. It's sad to say that, but until we get past the, I want to get mine, so you get yours on your own, and until we can come together and work together as a unit in the gospel industry and as a people, it's going to be difficult to kind of get us out there to, be on the forefront, to be known.
Wow.
Yeah.
But what's so weird though is that you have these mega churches, and I'm not trying to put no bishops down, no pastors down, nobody, but you have some of the largest stages in this country, big mega churches, especially Texas, even Washington D.C. And this seems like this is the opportunity for people to really, get exposed to gospel music at its finest. But it's always just a little teeny tap piece of the, of the I'm not gonna say show, but of the service. A lot of times people arrive a little late, so they don't get a chance to get the praise and worship. But I remember going to a Methodist church, and this pastor he used this Baptist choir to pack his church to 2 services.
Yeah.
Because he gave them the stage. After he did his 20p, he gave you the word, got you thinking, about your good and your bad life. Then he just killed you with that Baptist music. He had people crying in the aisles, man, and they were just crawling to him, man, asking for forgiveness and to be saved. That dude had the community packed up. And I said, why? I wonder why a lot of those guys don't use that form. Use music, the ministry of music. Can you tell us, man, your own words, why you think they don't let the music upstage them?
I think music has always been designed to usher people into the presence of God. It was never meant to be the reason people are in church, but it's always meant to usher people into the presence of God. And you're right. Music is a powerful thing, and it does attract the masses, or attract people to come to church. And I've seen it where it's worked, and ministers, they know that, and it has helped their congregation grow. I've seen where some ministers they get a little jealous and may try to not shut it down, but just kind of let them know that it's about me. And it's not about music. It's not about that one person. It's not about no one person. It's about bringing and saving and bringing souls to Christ. But you're right. Back to your point, it is an effective way to get people in the church.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna tell you, bro. Since I hooked up, I formed a partnership, and I'm gonna say God bless Pastor Keith Powell and his wife Teresa Powell for me finding them on Facebook. They've been on my show twice. She's a singer, he's a producer and musician, and they host a 24/7-hour gospel show called iGospelMusic.com, and we partner up, and I actually run their program. Because it was on my heart that I felt like I should play gospel music on Sunday. Here, I'm broadcasting Monday through Thursday, and my podcast just sitting idle, So they partnered with me. They agreed. I run their broadcast 24/7, as long as I can on Sundays in 5-hour increments. And man, I've seen my followers, man, like just 50 people just joined, just like that.
Yeah.
I was like, what the heck? It got to be the music, bro.
Man, people
Crazy.
are, people know, and it's just, they're drawn to music. And in this day and time, people are hurting. So they're looking for something positive. They're looking for something that can give them hope. And when someone hears that, they may not even be in the church, but if someone hears something that kind of gives them a little glimpse of hope that will touch their heart in some kind of way, they're gonna listen.
You're right, man, because people are hurting. I've been doing this show December 21st, 2014, made 1 year. And, Charles, I had some people that I thought was coming on here talking about a fictional book, or maybe erotica. It could be urban lit. Doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. Man, it was some times, man, my audience said they were in tears. Because those people it's been some stuff happening to people in their childhood I didn't think it was possible in the black community. I was like, what? You see your father did what? And this is like a man telling me this, too, in some cases. A woman died right in her bedroom from the hands of two abused ex-husbands because her body couldn't take no more because she went through 15 years of marriage and just getting battered. It's like, man, wow. So you're right, man. People are hurting. You put a guy like you in front of a church on a Wednesday afternoon right before the noon service, you just started playing that thing. Man, I bet you people be stopping cars to be coming in there, crawling on their knees, asking for God to save them, man. Because you're right, man. The music just touches your spirit in a way that a man's voice can't. Bless you, man. That's powerful, so bro. Now, Charles, in your words, man, tell us an instance, man, where you seen some stuff happen in the pulpit, in the pews that just blew your mind just from you just pushing on those keys. They call them keys, right, on the saxophone? They call it keys, right?
Yes, uh-huh.
All right, tell us an instance, man, a couple of experiences.
You said just something that kind of blew my mind. You tell me music-wise or just the church experience in general?
Yeah. Church experience while you was there playing, and, you just saw some stuff, people was just turning their lives over to God just through the sounds of your saxophone, man. You had any experiences like that?
Yes, I have. I'll never forget this lady. She actually came up to me after I was playing, and I actually saw her, and I wondered why. I kept looking at her, but I could tell this lady was hurt. And she told me, she said, I buried my mom and I buried my sister probably within maybe a 2-month span. And she just thought that was it. Her world was over. She didn't want to live anymore. And I can't remember what song I played, but she said she listened to the song after I finished, and she just felt lifted. All the burdens were gone, and she just felt a peace over it. It was almost like she said she then could release her mom and her sister, and she could move on, and she had hope. And that right there, to hear that, because we as musicians, it's a tough field to be in. And sometimes when you feel like nothing's going right, or, and then the devil starts making you wonder if you're making a difference, am I wasting my time? And for someone to come up to me, I'm talking through my experience, to tell me how a song that I played touched them and it changed their life in that way, it blesses me. And it makes me want to do more.
Yeah, that's powerful, man. That is powerful. Now, Charles, tell us a little bit. What's tough about the industry for musicians, man?
Well, one is when you are, it's very expensive. You need a lot of funding. So when you have labels involved, it's a lot of times they'll get in there, and if you sign with a label, they want us all of a sudden start making decisions on how your music should sound instead of actually really using what attracted them to that artist in the first place. So they sometimes take an artist, and then they want to mold them into what they want them to sound like, or what they think would sell. And then that end up not really being the artist, or even for independent. Unless you have a lot of money, you got to try to put everything yourself, which can be hard. And, you're out there. A lot of times people don't really want to pay. They want you to do a lot of stuff for, a little of nothing, or a favor here or there. But, going out, singing through microphones, using equipment, playing through saxophones, that stuff is expensive. So just like they have things that they, if you're a business owner, you have certain things that you need to upkeep and pay for to keep your business going. We as musicians or instrumentalists need to have money or funds to be able to do repairs and to purchase more equipment, better equipment, to keep our business going.
And Charles, now let's go back to my other question about the platform, the churches, man. You have more churches almost on every corner in the metro city as you have liquor stores. You got your liquor stores, you got your Chinese store, and you got about 3, 4, 5 churches in square foot to every Chinese store and liquor store. Why nobody has a weekend establishment that's for Christian people to be able to gather, so you be able to meet some nice Christian young ladies, who's not venturing to the secular world to find herself a man. Why we don't see the gospel community or the Christian community stepping up? I mean, even the Catholics, they have, a lot of them have their own organizations where people are chartered members. Why you don't see that in the African American, community, man, right, at that level? Right.
I think maybe, in my opinion, growing up in a tradition, I think is maybe a part of the black that, people get so used to growing up and they go to church. So they go to a building with steeple on it, with cross on it, with pews. This is church. And they have church there. They praise God there. They, they talk about the Bible there. They pray and they go home. Well, you don't, and instead of realizing that the church is not in those 4 walls, the church is out there, everywhere. So, like you said, yeah, we do need more churches to get outside of the 4 walls, stop being lazy, get out in the community and make themselves known, their presence known, and to have establishments and places for Christian people to go to not have to, be nervous about going somewhere and wondering if they're going to be in the midst of a drive-by shooting or something, That could happen anywhere. But Christians,
that's right.
I think a lot of Christians would like to have more places that they can go to like that.
That's right. Because, you remember that show called Cheers? They used to come on with... I used to always kind of picture that being a spot in my community where, I could just go straight from work, even if you just bought dinner, a cup of coffee, and your friends, your homeboys were there, and they're like, hey, man, everybody knew your name, and you sit there and watch, the news together, like the barbershop. We have such a good time in the barbershops because, you're sitting around waiting, about 20, 30 minutes per cut. You're talking about, you're there for about 2, 3 hours before your turn comes, so you're engaging in awesome conversation. We're watching the news together. That's when you take in a lot of stuff. But that happens every other week. Right. And how come you don't have why the church don't have a nice barbershop laid out in the building where you can go get yourself a haircut, hang out with and really get to know the brothers? I don't get to know those guys until the church decided to have a fundraiser or a flea market. They don't have movie night to show movies that I can show my kids. They'll do nothing. It's like, and the pastors and them control so much. I know they just demand, and people always put their label on them when they get in trouble and sleep with somebody else's wife or get caught with the pants. They say, oh, he's a man. Well, why he don't do other stuff to help the community? You come to them for stuff, and then they were like, oh, brother, you got to be a member of my church. or whatever. You know, it's like the buildings are so nice, man. You can have some nice concerts where people can play music that's acceptable and, you know, it's godly, you know, because I don't have no problem assembling a gospel show, a stage play, but because they don't open their doors up, people they go into the secular world, man, and that's why I think you have people sitting on the fence right now of good and bad. They're not all the way in because it's only one day a week, or luckily if they got Bible study for you, and that's only an hour, and you're on your own again.
Yeah,
I just think that they should have more responsibilities to the community.
And I've actually seen that increasing to where churches are realizing that they need more stuff like that, and I actually see more of that here. And there are some churches that have, they'll have outings and they'll have little cafes and stuff for people to come and just kind of fellowship, and it's becoming more prevalent now, which is good. Now the thing is too, a lot of people can't make that an excuse for not going to church. Everybody has to account for themselves. They got to answer to God for themselves. So if they see someone doing something crazy that's supposed to be a Christian or in the church, they can't use that as an excuse not to go to church or not to go and be a Christian and want to learn more about God. They got to account for themselves. And I see that sometimes. I've even had friends to do that where they see something wrong and I just quit going to church because I'm like, well, that person is going to have to answer to God for themselves. And when you go, they're not going to be the one going, well, God, I did this, so my bad. Okay, let him slip on in the heaven, because I did that and he saw me do this. No, it don't work like that, But I can't say just based on.
No, I was going to say, I remember I had this one church I went to. This pastor said he knew for a fact he was the last stop for a lot of men, a lot of Christian men. Because they've seen so much stuff. From childhood to teenager to adulthood, and they like, this is it. If this guy, if he slips off of that pulpit, and I hear one thing, they done. They back to the NFL. And I remember this guy saying that, man. And he slipped, and I seen deacons rolling up out of there. And I was going to give him another chance because I said he's just a man. But the doggone deacons were gone. They were like bouncing, man. They were disappointed because you sometimes you look up, you see somebody you think is the closest to God that you could touch. When you're hurting inside, you need somebody, you need to hear somebody. You put a lot of pressure on those guys, and I know they up against a lot of opposition. They fighting probably every day, and a lot of those guys is up there have come from some real stuff, so a lot of people don't know their history. Some of them were drug dealers and pimps and con men and, all that stuff. So, it is a lot to put on it. But I read, that, it's harder for them to get in heaven, because they know better, But I just think that the problem with the African-American community and why we are suffering so badly economically is because we don't have no network. And back in the day, man, if you ever read that book called Black Wall Street, the Oklahoma bombing, that was a community that was together by the church. They had their meetings, they had everything. They had bankers, businessmen, all of that happened with the church. The pastor kept it all together. And when that got destroyed, that's you look around, that's what you see right now. We don't have nothing. Everybody's working on their own. I got people now trying to form partnership with podcasts and trying to get it together because the internet is so big and we all over the place. And I respect that. So yeah, we're starting to see some cohesiveness take place. And I don't have no opposition. I want to help. I want to bring my 17,000 with me and join up with yours, and then we can, it's a lot of money out there. and information to share with people. So I just wanted to share that with you, man. You know, what you see, you know, being there in the church, being you traveling on the road, why you don't see the big blowing out gospel show, because people have a good time when they go to those. I never have been to a gospel concert and had not had a good time. You know, spirit was going crazy, really man. It's like, why you don't see that?
They really do.
Why, man? Tell me, man. Come on.
I'll just say, I'll say something else I've experienced, and it's sad. I've, and I'm sure you've seen where you mostly hear when it comes to gospel, you think about black people. When it comes to contemporary Christian music, you think of mostly being in the white congregation. I've seen it where you can go to a gospel concert or something, and people, sometimes they don't really want to support. They will go and they may want the artist to give them a CD at a much discounted price or give them something free. And that's not how we as musicians survive. We can't give our stuff away. So I've seen it where we go and the support for musicians financially, as far as supporting them by buying their music, is not as good as it can be. If we can ever work on that and become better with that, that will help us a lot.
Yeah, it goes back to networking and being cohesive. Because I've seen rappers. Those dudes have those huge entourage. They say, "Look, man, we're gonna let little Juju go out there first and drop his joint. We're gonna just throw all the CDs in the audience. Get his mixtape jumping, and then all of us will start." I've seen DJs more together.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sad, bruh. I know I'm one voice. And they all can't hear me. But man, I just think that the brothers in the pulpit, when they talk about the black people trying to pull it together with one leader, it don't need to be no one leader. It just need to be one organizer. You bring all these guys together and say, "Look, man, we gotta get this thing together. Our people, man, because our people are hurting, bruh, and it's because of economics. When you can't afford to feed your kids, them dudes that jump ship, man, and hit the streets because they don't want to see that. I don't know everybody's excuse why they're not home with their families, but I heard some guys say they just couldn't stand seeing their family like that. They rather just leave. They feel that this men, they don't feel like a man. They feel less than a man, so they just leave.
Yeah.
Bruh, we gotta take a break, man. We're gonna take a break real quick, all right, y'all. Then we're gonna come back. We're gonna listen to your other piece, and then we're gonna talk more about the industry, man, and marketing and promoting, and what you think need to happen for y'all to take off. Okay.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Have you been hurt? Been backstabbed? God are talking back to him. Well, you're not alone. No. Escaping to another reality. Through Dominic Wilkins' good books, audio books, paperback, ebook, good books. Available on authordwilkinsgoodbooks.com.
Are you looking for a great book of poetry that is romantic, heartfelt, and full of male emotion? Then get Thoughts, Love, and Reflections by James K. Deshay. That's Deshay. Go to www.jamesdeshay.com. You will enjoy Thoughts, Love, and Reflections.
Oh, man, I was about to fall into my... Man, I love that. Woo! That was hot, man.
Thank you.
He was killing it.
Thanks.
Man. All right. Charles, let's talk about marketing and promoting, man. How you think the gospel industry, you as a musician, can get on top. Because even the big names like Donnie McClurkin and, you know, some of the other big names you talk about, Bernard Harris, you know, you don't hear about those guys until the Stellar Awards come around. What do you think, you know, you guys need to do, man, in your opinion, man? If you were the organizer, where would you start at?
The organizer of, like, the Stellar Awards or something, or just gospel music in general?
Yeah, if they gave you the baton and said, Charles, here's the money, here's your marketing team, make us like mainstream, make us mainstream. People hurting out there. Doggone rap music and hip-hop, pop is killing people. You know, it ain't doing nothing for nobody's community. It's just taking away. They're like vampires. But the gospel can wake people's spirits up, get them loving God again, stop the madness. It could do a whole bunch of stuff, healing. What would you do first?
I would try to make it definitely a more consistency to where it's more out there and it's seen more. I think if you're not a fanatic or a diehard gospel music lover, then you really don't hear about it until something, you know, big comes up, or you may find radio stations, you know, I'm sure you notice you're somewhere, or you're in a part of a state or somewhere where there may not even be a gospel radio station, or there may be one. Most of the time it's AM and doesn't sound good. It didn't reach far enough out to enough people. So I think if we had the funds to be able to put out into the bigger radio stations to get more mainstream for gospel, that I think will help.
Yeah. Because I'm going to tell you, man, I've had some gospel people on the show, and one of the gentlemen that I had on here was, you know, he had his own mass choir. And I remember he told me about his formula to success, and it was so funny, man, because he put together some kind of team that no matter what went wrong, this team, they supposed to fix things. Their job wasn't to say, well, let's get rid of the owner and the director. Their job was to fix things. That was just so brilliant. I forgot how he put it, but it was so funny, man. I have to listen to that show again. But I remember, you know, like we was talking earlier about the churches and how the music kind of can bring things together, you know. But I had a gospel performer here that a very talented young lady, and she said she remember, you know, be competing or you know, being selected to be lead singer, and it's always like a backstage mom issue going on, or it's like, why she get to sing? I sing better than her, you know. Do you think it start right there too, man?
Oh yeah, that's a lot of. I've seen a lot of competition and jealousy and things. You know, sometimes people have to realize that when it's someone's season, when God has given them an appointed time, appointed season, there's nothing they can do to stop that. What God wants to come forward, and then you just have people that think they ought to lead everything all the time, you know, and it can really be discouraging to others that's trying, or even others that's really, you know, just decided to go to church or to become a Christian. They really don't know a whole lot about God, but they're going to give this thing a try. And, you know, they feel like they have felt the presence of God, and then they go in church and they try to join the choir because they feel like they have a talent or something. And they know, you can't lead this because I'm leading it or whatever. And then it like deflates them and they just go back in their shell. You know, not a good thing.
Yeah.
think,
because I be thinking about I know we got a little delay, because I know some cell towers are kind of operate differently in the South than up here in the bigger cities. So I know you got a little delay. But what I was going to say is, how many times you at a concert and people are going crazy when the artist is just making their debut onto the stage? Man, what's that feeling like, man, when that happens? It's like you almost got those people in the palm of your hand.
It's always a good feeling to feel like people love your music, they love what you do. But I think people have to be careful with thinking that, I went out there and they're yelling because of me. That's a dangerous line you walk, because then all of a sudden you'll start thinking, I got here, I got myself here, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. And nobody in this world gets to do anything or doesn't get anywhere where they are without the grace of God getting them there. So I think, as long as they can keep that in perspective and not feel like I did this and I'm going out here and I'm going to make these people clap for me and not be self-centered, then, they'll probably be okay. But once they started going down that road of thinking that they've done it, they've created, what they've created, and it's because of them, then they're on a dangerous slope down.
Yeah, you're right. But being a normal man or woman, of course, you're not used to that. You were on a smaller stage with your family, and they thought you were brilliant and great. And who knows, you could have had a sibling that was in the background lurking with jealousy. And then the next level will be at your church, and then at competition, then on the big gospel stages, because you're the open. You don't want to be the opening act. You want to be the closer. It's like playing baseball. Go as many innings as you can, and then we're gonna bring Big Bad Hank in to close out the game, and he gets all the hoop and the holler.
Right.
It's just that's the game, man. The game. But so Charles, tell us, what are you doing, man? I'm on your website, Amazon.com. We got Charles P. Walker. His album released, Life Changing, A Journey Called Grace, and then you had Silent Night that you released a while back. I guess I don't see the date on that one. Then you had another piece out that was called Do You Hear What I Hear? Tell us what you're doing differently now that the internet is so powerful, man. You don't have to rely on your little Sunday. The little slots they give you guys on Sunday where people can't hear gospel music if they in church. So tell me,
right?
What are you doing now that the internet is where it is now? What are you doing to market yourself now on a different level?
It's funny. My manager and people, they tell me, Charles, you gotta get more on social media. You gotta get yourself out there. I must admit, I'm not the world's biggest social media fan, but I know you need it to get that exposure. So, just utilizing the social media avenues. And another thing I'm actually going to start doing is posting more YouTube videos. And it's kind of cool when I can go and I can log into my CD Baby account and see that, people from all over the world have listened or purchased my songs. It's really cool and amazing how far social media has came for artists now. And you're right, man. It really gets you out there and gets that exposure. The thing is, I just always pray that the right people and the right time, hears it and could be the one to really take this music career that I have to another level.
That's right, man. Because you've been around for a while, You know, are you with a label or you're independent?
Independent.
Independent. Now that's real big. Now I'm meeting some real talented individuals that represent themselves. You know, everything goes to them. You mentioned YouTube. You know, doing more videos. You know, posting them to your Facebook. You know, just letting it go where it go. People know where to buy your music. What else you think you need to do as a Christian man to be able to receive God's favor for your music to blow up, for you to blow up and be heard in every home? Because it's 500 million people on Facebook.
Right. I think, and this is something I've recently experienced or gone through. I was talking to a gentleman. I was telling him, I was like, I want to record another project. But he was like, well, what's stopping you? I was like, well, I need funds. I need money, And so I was listening, and he was like, he said, change your focus. And he said, let me explain. He said, you're focused on the provision when God wants you to focus on the position. And what he meant by that was listen to him, pray. Be in prayer about where God wants you to be, whether that's, am I in the right city, or what position should you be in? And then he will provide that vision of how that provision will come to you. So that really set deep in my soul and really sat with me. And I think that would be the key, is really just listening to God and really knowing where to be and listening to the provision and how things will get done will really make an impact on the next level of my career or anybody's career, I think. That's my opinion.
Yeah. You believe in grassroots, going back to your grassroots?
Yes.
So what are you doing now? What are you going to do about it?
I'm going to, I really, really want to do some project with some people. Just go back to when I first started playing out in Birmingham and just come together with some of those musicians and create something. And then there are some things that I've been really fortunate to meet some really great guys and ladies that musicians in the industry, to where we can come together and we can put on a show or something to help others. Some people that are homeless, some kids that don't have clothes or food for lunch at schools, it's really powerful when you can come together as people. When you can do that, you can do anything. You put your mind to it, and you come together, you work together, you can do it. So that's one thing I really want to do back as far as in my hometown where I grew up at, is to give back to my community and to show these kids that's coming up, that you can make a difference in this world, not just sit back and wait on other people to do it. If everybody sat back, nothing would get done.
And I think that's the secret to success, man, when it comes to God's favor, is that I don't think he gave anyone any special talent to harbor it for themselves. I think he gave it to you to share with the world, share with his people, to lift someone else up, to inspire someone else to want to do. I mean, I remember the only reason why I went into publishing was because of my dad. He used to bring paper home and allow us to be able to draw. And I remember him taking us to the company, and they had picnics and everything. I was really inspired by it. I said, wow, look at this togetherness. I want to work here. I want to go to schools. When I graduate, I can get a good job at this place. I did. It happened. It wasn't a place I thought it was, but because the ownership was, was about to change over, and it wasn't, family for family anymore. It was about business. But I think, like right now, I think that the teachers, they can't do it by themselves. There's not enough of them. And I think that, we as businessmen and talented artists, we need to go back where we came from. Like you hear about the athletes doing if you see some of the greatest athletes in the world, you ever get a chance to really hear that story and not just see them riding around and getting out their car with their $3,000 suits on. Those dudes do a lot in their community. I mean, I live around in a neighborhood where a lot of the Baltimore Ravens live, and a lot of these guys are not even from this town, but they do so much. I say, here this guy is nailing a nail and building somebody's home that he's met. Somebody's poor who otherwise couldn't afford a house. He's helping because his organization gave them money, and he's going to help build a house. And I haven't even stepped foot in that community. I was like, I feel bad, but I have done those things. I've been in those communities and seen how these celebrities, these athletes go out there and give, and then when they get on the gridiron, they're successful. God's not taking anything away from them because they're giving back a whole lot, Right. So that's and even some of the guys that's making below, this barely making $800,000. You hear about what they're doing, and they at the schools reading. Like I remember a guy, I didn't even know he was on the team. They said, "Oh yeah, he's the long snapper." He's sitting there reading to my kids. I was like, he doesn't even have any kids.
Right.
That was crazy. So I just think that the secret to success, and you hear all the time, you go on YouTube and pull up some of these multi-million, I'm talking about billionaires, those guys are giving away like almost more than half their fortune now. They ain't even giving their kids money. You hear about your Warren Buffetts and your Bill Gates, all these big time. I mean, it's like 9 million millionaires in this country right now. If you look them up, they always stand up on the stage giving somebody a whole bunch of something. Those guys give so much money to the New York Library because they want to keep the books real books. They don't want to just be digital anymore. Mm-hmm. So that was just my piece, Charles. I think you're in the right direction. I think that's a good heart, man, and want to go back, and show kids that music can open doors for some of them. I mean, that's all they probably can do is play, but nobody's giving them a chance or inspired them. Right. That was my little webinar piece. Yeah, man. But all right, bro, we can ready to take a quick break, man. We come back. We're going to get your final thoughts. Everybody, that's Charles Walker, the saxophonist, the recording artist, the man who understands what kind of plan it's going to take to save our communities, our people, to inspire, keep music alive, all that good stuff. All right, we're going to listen to another piece from, I forgot about this person. Let me play this real quick. It's one of my top people, sponsors. All right, y'all, don't forget about me now. My website is up, www.positivepower21.org. We're taking displays. Remember, I got some people in the Maryland area that love to read books, love to listen to good music. Display your ad. Don't just come up on the show and disappear on me. You gotta stay around for a little bit. That's right. That's what marketing and promotion is all about. Here we go. Tamika King.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional. And exceptionally great read. Deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today. Available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Hi, I am Arthur Crystal Alexis, and I'm on Positive Power 21 with Jerry Royce Live. Woohoo!
Hey, thank you, Crystal. As Arthur Crystal Alexis, check out another person with a big heart, giving to organizations trying to help people who've been abused, women who've been abused. A group of her and other authors have banded together to do an anthology to raise money for awareness. That's a good heart. God's going to bless her. All right, we talking to my man Charles Walker. God is blessing him too. He's got a plan, y'all. He's coming back, community. Alabama, he's coming back, Hueytown. He's coming back. Save somebody's life. All right, y'all. It's all about helping one another, y'all. That's what I found out the secret, y'all. God just don't want you to share your talent with yourself. He wants you to go back where you came from, because all of us came from something. We all wasn't born with a silver spoon in our mouths. Now, who knows about that 1%? Now, they've been born with a silver spoon, but there's some guys who've created wealth on their own. And those guys are giving back a whole lot. I mean, you look at Microsoft, boy, they're giving all these computers to these schools. You know, Apple giving away tablets to a lot of these charter schools. NFL teams building football fields where kids don't be springing their ankles, getting dirty and muddy every day. 'Cause you can't get that stuff out them uniforms these days. I don't care what kind of bleach you use. They're putting down turf fields to make the kids run faster and they can have a decent place to play football. All this is happening. But those of you listening to my voice, you got to do something too. You wonder why you can't rise above, move forward. You got to help somebody, not destroy somebody. That's right. I know what's going on in those jobs. Guys backstabbing, trying to get that little promotion. Is it really worth it? Because God will take it away from you. That's right. I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen. That's right. Jerry Royce Live worldwide, y'all. You're talking to Charles P. Walker. You can get his music on Amazon.com, CD Baby. He's being bought and sold worldwide. All right, Mr. Walker, your final thoughts for tonight's show. We talked about a lot, man. A lot.
Yeah. Well, I would just say, especially for the younger kids that's coming up and wanting to play an instrument or sing or whatever, I would just say stick with it and make sure you connect yourself around positive people. People that you don't want to encourage you, that's going to laugh at you and everything. That's not a real friend. Make sure you connect with positive people. Because then you will start being positive. You will start thinking positive. You will start thinking that you can do these things. And you'll see that happen. And just don't quit. Just keep going. You know things get hard. But if you keep going, God will see you through and He'll honor you for it.
That's right. Well put. Appreciate you, Mr. Walker, coming on PositivePower21.org, man. Share your music with us, man. We wish you the best out there, man. God bless your projects. And hope everything work out for you, man. We'd love to have you back on next time you drop another project. People need to know what's going on. Know what cities you're going to be touring. Don't forget about us here at PositivePower21.org, man. We can share all your tour dates with people, because our people are nationwide and worldwide. All right, man.
Sure.
Thanks for coming on.
Thank you. This last I want to say, if anyone's going to be out in that's listening in the North Point, North Carolina area, me and some other musicians, friends, and I will be performing in that area this weekend. So you can go to my website and check that out. It's charlespwalker.com. Go to the calendar. You'll see it there. And you can also check it out on BernardHarris.com. He has it on his website as well. So if you're in the area, please look us up. Come out, enjoy some good music.
That's right, man. You guys going to videotape it, man? Do a video for YouTube?
Yes.
Yeah. Awesome. I'd like to get a copy of that from you too, man. It's in box when it's uploaded, so we can put up on our site, man. Just let everybody know the PositivePower21.org is up and running strong. I'm not just broadcasting on Spreaker.com anymore. That's just our platform to stream our show. So come on out. We're going to be hosting a number of indie performers, comedians, gospel performers. You'll be able to see their videos, people that's unknown to you with extreme talent. I'm just being blessed meeting people with some talent. I just can't believe they're talking to me. I'm still pinching myself that Charles P. Walker spent some time with me. I've never heard a person play a horn like that before in my life. You know, there wasn't a professional like he is, man. It blew me away, man. I'm used to hearing church people playing. That was awesome, man. I'm glad you was able to be part of this. So thank you so much, man. I thank God for allowing you to be with us, man. Awesome. All right, y'all. Time for me to go. Enjoy Royce Live Worldwide. You stay awesome all week long. And I'll see you again. We'll be Monday through Thursday. But don't forget, we'll be taking a break for spring break. But we will be 24/7 up on you. Just visit Positive Power. You can listen to anything you want. 327 episodes. Charles P. Walker. 327. Thank God. Take care, everybody. Bless you. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Royce Live on PositivePower21.org and Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. This is a Royce Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Royce Live.
Hey. You are listening to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide Podcast.
Have you been hurt, been backstabbed, got a talking back team, but you're not alone, escaping to another reality, through Dominic Wilkins' good books, audio books, paperback, ebook, good books.
Available on AuthorDWilkinsGoodBooks.com.
Hey, how y'all doing? This is Dion Cheese. I'm the author of Who Am I? The Chronicles of Cain. I'm on Jerry Royce Live Worldwide. So I hope y'all enjoy the show.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Scott. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Iowa Sandra Carter.
Hi, this is Phil Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Barron. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show. Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dahlia the poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Lamar Marquise with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is a award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on Internet Radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's Positive Power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.authorBillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional, and exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author? looking for promotional services, or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to writingroyaltypromotions.com and check us out.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and welcome to PositivePower21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live, and you're listening to episode 326 with CEO Dion Cheese of iUrban.org. That's right. He's here to talk to us about his website and his business and what he's trying to do to help the African-American business or the small businessman. And we're going to get him on here in a few seconds after we hear a word from our sponsor, Mr. James Shea at jamestheshea.com. He's the romance man with the poetry books, so check him out.
Are you looking for a great book of poetry that is romantic, heartfelt, and full of male emotion? Then get Thoughts, Love, and Reflections by James K. Deshay. That's D-E-S-H-A-Y. Go to www.jamesdeshay.com. You will enjoy Thoughts, Love, and Reflections.
All right, that message was brought to you by James Deshay at jamesdeshay.com. All right, my guest is Dion Cheese. Again, he's the CEO of iUrban.org. iUrban author Dion Cheese is an African-American writer that penned Who Am I?, The Chronicles of Cain, Explain It to Her Mama, and Caught Slipping. That's right, he's an author too. Formerly a hip-hop recording artist, father, convict, and drug dealer, Dion was born in northern New Jersey, the seventh of 8 siblings, raised in the inner-city section of Plainfield, New Jersey. His life was anything but Norman Rockwell portrait. Life was hard, cold at times, and cruel. That's right. Crime and drug-ridden, Dion avoided the lures of selling drugs and or using them. Coming from a family where everyone has succumbed to one or the other, he somehow managed to have the force of will and vision to step outside his world, becoming the first in his family history to go to college, attending NJIT College to pursue a chemical engineering degree. That's right, chemical engineering. That got sidetracked, however, when in his late teens, during the 1980s, he felt the pull from his large break of his brother, who was creating in the world of hip-hop music, Robert, a.k.a. DJ Cheese, better known as DJ King Cut. In his late teens, was already he was a multi-award-winning DJ world champion and later inductee to DMC Hall of Fame. And I'm going to have him tell the rest of his story, so I don't read all of his bio because it's about 2 pages long. Hey, Dion, welcome to Jerry Royce Live. How you doing, man?
Hey, man, I'm all right, and how are you?
Doing awesome, bro. Thanks for joining us tonight, man. I know you're a busy man. You got a lot going on over there, being an author and a CEO of the big-time website that everybody's talking about, iUrban.org, man. And then before we get into talking about your books, my audience, state of Maryland, D.C., Virginia, they love to know a lot about the artists before they start talking about what they're selling. So for the sake of my audience, man, who is Dion Cheese?
Well, let me start. I would always describe myself as, I guess, a humble individual. But, I was born and raised in New Jersey, came from a large family. It was 8 of us. I was the 7th out of 8 children. My aunt that lived next door, she had 7 kids, and my other aunt had 13. So we was basically like a big army. So if any trouble ever came our way, we didn't have to go get friends. We had enough there. So, we bring the Dunkers. And, basically, like I said, I grew up, at first I grew up in Edison, New Jersey, in Potter's Crossing. And it was like a little small thing, like a little small community. Actually, we was probably the only black section out there in the city of Edison. And there was a whole lot of, back then you had to fight. You had to get out there and have the little fights in the circle or whatever. And then eventually, at the age of 9 years old, I moved to Plainfield, New Jersey. And that's where, I graduated from Plainfield High School in '86. And then I went off to college, the following summer. I went off to NJIT. And then later on down the road, I ended up having my son. But between then and there, growing up, we had our moments, no electricity, no food in the house, there's some things like that. But, I know most people probably might look at that as sad, but a lot of times, even though we didn't have electricity, we would sit down by candlelight, and I would listen to my cousins and my mother and them just, they tell a little war stories, and, we'd be in there laughing. So it was like, that was like the times that we actually bonded. And my brother, watching my brother, speaking of my brother, because my brother, he like toured with Run DMC. He was the first, he was a world champion DMC contest back in '86, which was basically he was signed under Duke Booty, who wrote the song The Message. And but Duke was the type of person, he really didn't treat his artists fair. So I mean, he was signed with Cynthia Robinson, and she basically took her artists, for their money, and then basically my brother and them didn't really get paid a lot of their royalties and things like that. And that's like some of the stories that nobody never really hears about. Yeah. And we ended up, he had Beauty and the Beat records, and the record, my brother record that went gold at the time. He toured all around the world, but he never really had any money because he wasn't really getting paid. So so Duke had a whole roster of artists and things like that. So when they did the song King Cut, he basically used some of Run DMC. They decided they wanted to sue him, so then they ended up buying the group from them, from Profile Records, and he started touring. So then at that time, that's when I started doing like the hip hop. But we had like the little brother rivalry. So it's like if I would grab the mic, he would turn the mic off or whatever. So I just kept doing what I kept doing. And then eventually I ended up, matter of fact, it was crazy because he wouldn't let me rap for him. But then he had introduced me to my manager, Bruce T. Dugan. And Bruce, I was 17 at the time, so he stepped in, he mentored me, and we actually was doing pretty good. I was like the first artist to get in Teen Machine, which was like an all-white magazine then. I was in Black Beat magazine with like Janet Jackson and all those, so I was actually like the center for Heartthrob of the Month at that time. So it was like, I was kind of flattered by that one. So I ended up I was only supposed to get a half a page, and then once I talked to the magazine owner, Marie, basically I was given like 4 pages. So I was like a full blown, I got the front page of the magazine. Wow. And after that, like I said, I had my son shortly afterwards. So, like I was even being around the neighborhood, you see the drugs going on. I was like, nah, I'm not trying to do it. So I worked my little odd in jobs, had little fast food jobs, restaurants, whatever I could get. And when I had my son, I didn't want to see him go through some of the stuff that I went through. So, my son's mother, at the time I was like, she was 19. I had just turned 20 when we had him. So I got into like a little spat with her stepfather. He shot a gun in the basement. So I told her, I said, well, look, let's get your stuff. Let's go. So I was like, give me whatever you got. And talked to a couple of friends. And that's how I ended up starting, hustling a little bit. So then, like I said, I started, I was already rapping and stuff. And so what I did, I just started getting more serious about it. Started investing, because like Bruce, he was doing good at the time. When I first met Bruce, he had a nice big company. So he was like, come on to work for me. But, at that time, I was like, man, I got to eat. I couldn't really, I really couldn't, I wasn't like focused like I was supposed to be. And then his business had ended up going under because he had a partner, and his partner made some bad moves. So he ended up losing his trucking company. So, but we always, we was always still together. We were still doing a lot of things, and he was like, doing his little business. He was just building back up, but he still was helping me with the music. So eventually I ended up catching my first drug case later on, about a couple of years later, and I ended up doing I went to trial. So I got 3 years, but it was crazy because they had offered me, that's when the school zones came out. When they had the school zones, it was like, at the time they was giving people 3-year mandatory sentences and or 5 to 3. So they offered me a 3-year sentence with a 1-year mandatory. So at the time, I was young, I was like 20 years old. So they offered me the time, I think I was 22. I was 22, just about to go on 23. So they offered me a year. So I'm like, man, I can't do a year. I was like, man, a year? I said, oh, no, that's too long. So my brother was like, my older brother, he had been through time. He did stuff. So he was like, look, man, he said, that's a good deal. You better take that deal. I said, a year? I said, oh, man, I can't do a year. I said, nah, I'm going to trial. So I ended up going to trial. I ended up getting 3 years. So I served my time. So then that was like in 95 I got out. So I didn't have no parole or anything. So I came home, got a job, was working, doing like a little construction job. So, and having a record, like my brother got me the job. So then about when my brother came home, my brother, he was getting high and everything like that. Then he stopped getting high. So he had got to sit like together a little bit. But he had ended up dying from cancer. So, yeah, I used to get the job so when I got the job, we was getting a ride with this guy. So he quit the job. I'm trying to get another job. So, you know, I got to the point where I was looking for jobs and wasn't nobody hired me. So, you know, I walked down the street, people beeping horns at me, like, yo. So I'm like, man, I'm sick and tired of walking, taking the bus, doing whatever. So eventually I just got right back into the same thing I was. But then when I got back into it the second time, you know, I had started another label because I had a label before I got locked up before called Big City Records. And then I started another label called Upfront Records. And now this one I was in West Virginia. So while I was in West Virginia, you know, I was making probably like $20,000 in 3 days. So I started, you know, but I was always an investor. I never was like, you know, I didn't get high. I wasn't getting drunk. You know, I didn't drink. I didn't smoke weed. You know, I always kind of took care of myself. But I always had a straight mind. Like I said, because I was like basically, you know, I was college bound. I was going to school for chemical engineering. I was getting good grades and things like that. So, you know, out of 597 students, I think I was like number 13 in the ranking of the school. So then, you know, I started going back into that. But like right before I was supposed to went on tour, a month before I was supposed to be on tour, my cousin's girlfriend wore a wire on me, so I ended up getting like a 20-year sentence. So
wow.
So you know, I was young, you know, I was like 20, and I'm like, you know, they was like 20 years, and I'm like, I didn't know what to think. So, and that was with a cop out, that was with a plea. So people don't understand about the federal system is the fact that they treat crack cocaine and they treat cocaine quite vastly different. So if you get caught, basically, let's just say if you get caught with some crack cocaine, which is basically at the time that I got sentenced before they changed the law. If you got caught with a packet of crack cocaine, you would get 5-year sentence. In order to get the same thing for the cocaine, you actually have to have basically a 500 grams to 1 kilo, which is basically the size, you know, of a small bag of sugar. So you can imagine a packet of sugar. And the ironic part was that, you know, in the federal government, you know, under the statute, basically we're sentenced under the Food and Drug Administration Act, which is Title 21. And Title 18 doesn't really, you know, that's where the criminal statute is at. They'll get you with that with the conspiracy, but they basically turn you into a corporation. But it takes almost 85 times the amount of cocaine to get you that same sentence that you would the crack. Wow. So the crack basically, so for having like a small amount of crack, and what the whole thing was, even like when I got caught, I didn't have no guns on my case. I didn't get caught with a lot of drugs, and basically you're getting sentenced for hearsay. We call that ghost dope in the feds, so they would call it ghost dope because you basically had to prove that you never had the drugs that the prosecution says you had, you know, or the witness says you had, but he ain't got. So you have to prove that you never had the drugs that he said you got, but he ain't got them. So you have no laboratory, no hardcore evidence, basically with hearsay. And then they would aggregate the amounts of drugs you had. So if you had somebody maybe like he was a crackhead and he might have bought maybe a few grams here and a few grams there, they would add all that up, and then they would come up with their sentence. So, but like I said, if you had like a half a key of crack, and they would have caught you with a half a key of crack, you can forget about seeing the streets ever again. But it would take somebody to get caught, like, you know, like I was talking to guys, you know, you got like white guys would come in there and they might get caught with like 16, 17 kilos. And they get a 10-year sentence. And then you got somebody with crack, they got like 2 ounces, and this guy over here would be sitting with like 15, 20-year sentences. And when I came in, and you had 10 years, they would tell you go sit down in the corner and don't say nothing because it was like everybody was getting, you know, double digits. So, and that was the type of thing that I went through. So, like I said, when I was in jail, I mean, I stayed in the law library. You know, I literally like learned the statutes. I mean, like I would quote them like it wasn't nothing. I could tell you like what title it was. I could tell you the sentencing guideline table. I could tell you, you know, go to chapter 5, you know, part A. I would tell you look under 2D 1.1. I would tell you like 18 USC. I could just tell you all the statutes like, you know, like they was the back of my hand because I knew I wanted to get out, and you know I wasn't really trying to get out there and go back and testify on nobody and then get killed on the streets or whatever. I mean, you know, you bring yourself down and you got to handle what you got. So, you know, because a lot of people, they you know, they snitching. But like I said, a lot of people say what they won't do, and you'll never know what a man to do until they get into that trouble. Now, when they start, you know, because like I said, you know, in the state, you know, you guys taught them 3 years or whatever. Now, when they start whispering them football numbers and they start talking about 15, 32, 25, then there's a whole different ball game. So, like I said, as I was in prison, I caught my case in West Virginia, so I was far away from home because my mother and my father was originally from West Virginia, but like when I was born, it was already Yeah, they was already moving up north. My mother had moved up to New York first when she was like 17. And then, you know, I was born, like I said, I was like the 7th out of 8 children. So then that's when my mother had settled in Edison. But like I was saying about the feds, you know, I started off, I was in West Virginia, and I stayed there for like about like 2.5, 3 years. Then from there, I went to Lexington, Kentucky. I stayed there for like 6 years. Then they sent me back to West Virginia up in the mountains in Glenville. I went to the camp, stayed there for like 5 years. Then I ended up getting into a fight with this big white guy, you know, and I had to put the hands on him because he had a lot of mouth. Because like I said, he was going into that territory, and basically, you know, and I'm not one to be, you know, I'm not racist or nothing, but basically it was like being in like hillbilly city, for a nice word. They thought they could talk to you any kind of way or whatever. So we had words, everything went down. Then I ended up going from there. I was in a hole. So like I said, I used to write like a lot of poetry. I would write, you know, letters for guys. I would do like a lot of legal. So people used to always like, man, why don't you write a book? Why don't you write a book? And I was like, man, I can't write no book. I said, I never wrote no book. So while I was in the hole, I had a friend, and you know, he was like writing this book called I forgot what he called it. It was about, I forgot the name of the book, but he was writing a book. So he asked me, you know, I got stuck. So I said, well, you know, I started writing the chapter for him. So when I wrote like the chapter of the book, we went back, we started reading it. So we, you know, we laughed and we looking at the story, and then it was good. So that's when I came up with the idea for the Chronicles, for Who Am I, the Chronicles of Cain. So I started writing that one, and it was like, you know, it's basically a drug story, but it's based on a whole different conceptual back. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of my characters in my stories, and a lot of people got to understand is that, like when I write, I take inanimate objects and I try to make things that you would see commonly, and then I would turn them into a story. And for a good example of that is my second book, that Explain It to a Mama, which is basically a book. Now, what's crazy about the book is about sex, but it's not really like a sexually oriented book. And what I mean is, it was about a guy, basically, his name is DJ. And DJ went to jail, but, you know, he came up with some skills, okay? And, you know, he became a plumber, he got a little skill, so he gets out of prison. And my other character, his name is Dick Johnson. Now, Dick Johnson is actually his penis. So the penis is like telling the story. So he's like getting him in trouble. So that's who the main character is. Like, yeah, so it's like, but the way he's telling the story is like the little head is telling the big head what to do. So basically, since DJ cut off his love life, he was like, he's not sitting back. He wasn't taking it no more. So he basically gets DJ in a whole lot of different trouble. So, you know, he like when DJ got out, he met an older lady, and, you know, she basically, her husband died and everything, and she really wasn't really feeling DJ, but when Dick pushed up on her, you know, he sealed the deal for both of them. So by accident, so he ends up, you know, later on in the story, like, you know, he meets the daughter, and, you know, he like basically one day he's like working. So it's like Dick is like, yo, DJ, like what's up with her? You know, and DJ like, nah, you know, we can't mess with her. You know, like we mess with her mom. So, you know, Dick started talking for him. He tell him like he don't care about what he got to say. He said he going up in there with her without him. So, you know, that's when this trouble starts. So basically he's ended up, that's with both the mother and the father. So now it's like he's in a bond, like who you be with, you know what I'm saying? Because his heart is with the daughter, but Dick don't want to let the mother go. And then you got like all these other characters that come through, you know, throughout the story. So it's like he's always constantly getting a lot of different stuff. So
yeah, that's funny, man.
Yeah, and then my other story is, you know, like I said, Who Am I, the Chronicles of Cain basically starts off in Colombia, and it goes all the way down to the crackhead. But it's the dynamics of how everybody comes together, and it's like, you know, when you figure out who Cain is, that's when everything starts making sense. When you start figuring out who the main character is, and it's almost like a story within a story. And the best way I can explain my stories is like, you ever remember the movie The Sixth Sense?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Okay, you remember the whole time when you watching it, and you just never knew that Bruce Willis was a ghost, and then when you really see it, he's like, man, I gotta watch this over again. And that's basically how I write a lot of my books. So it's like,
wow.
If you're the type of reader that just like a straight up story, and you know that's basic characters, then I'm not the writer for you. And I'll tell people that in a minute. I'm not that type of writer. 'Cause I can't stand books that if I can just read them and I know what's going to happen next. And I think that's a lot of things. Like I said, so you know, going back to the prison, you know, I started writing in the cell. So then, you know, as I started getting like new cellies, and they was reading the stories and they was liking it. So back after that, I ended up going to Texas, and then that's how the feds punish you. They'll send you like to the other side of the world.
Right.
I was in Texas, I didn't know nobody, so I stayed down there for like 2 years. They didn't let me out, and it took me like a 3-day bus ride to get home. So when I came on the streets, I basically had, and this is after all the time, and that's a lot of people think. They think like when you're in the feds, now they're going to take everything from you. They're going to take every damn thing they can get from you. And when they send you on the street, you're not really going to have any money because if you got a fine, they're going to make you pay the fine. So if you're making like, like you might work in a factory, they got these factories in there called Unicorn. Now, Unicorn makes everything from Army fatigues to helicopter wires. I mean, they make it all. So, depends on where you at. They got factories within prisons that actually make products for the military, furniture, stuff for schools, a whole lot of stuff. So that's like, it's a $1 billion prison industry. But when you
get paid, but you don't get. So they give you a salary, but it's not really like what you make on the outside.
Nah, because they always try to say what they take here. So you might make $150 a month, but they're gonna take half of that. So then you got $150 a month, and in the feds they don't give you like a bunch of soap and all. They might give you some soap, but it's like little bars and whatever. And the deodorant is like it's not. So you want to go to the store and you got to buy the basic necessities. You want to buy that, and then if you work out and you stay in shape, you're gonna get hungry, and the meals ain't gonna do it for you. So you want. So basically, you end up spending a lot of that money back. And then, like I said, I educated myself. I taught the religious classes. I was doing whatever I could do to make myself. I took up a dental technician where I learned how to make dentures. I took a soldering technician. I took a green mill technology, and I could use some of the skills. But like I said, when you get on the street, nobody really wants to hire you. So I came home. Like I said, I had less than $100 in my pocket. Then I had to catch and glad that people was when I met a lot of people on the bus on my way back, so they was buying me food and stuff. And had they not did that, I wouldn't have had enough to pay the taxi cab to get to where I had to get to the halfway house. So they gave me basically like $40 and a bus ticket, and that's what you get. So I got out, got a job, it was working and everything. So as when I got out, I got back in contact with my manager because I hadn't talked to anybody who I really knew on the streets because I was so far away. And when they cut me off, I lost all my contacts. So basically, I was out of everybody's life. I didn't get to see my son grow up. I seen my mother maybe like once because, like I said, I was so many miles away. I wasn't going to tell somebody to fly 500 miles to visit me for a couple of hours. It was like crazy. So a lot of people, when they got their families coming to see them, they actually got to travel to other states to see their relatives because they consider you to be close to home. And anything within 500 miles of your home residence, that's what the feds consider you to be close to home.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
So how long were you gone? How long were you locked up in it for the feds?
I was in there from 97 to 2011, and I was actually, this was supposed to be the year I actually got out. So what happened was, and back in 2008, that's when they proposed for the crack amendment change. That's when they first did the first crack amendment. And that's when Obama, when he started running for president, so they had ended up, everybody started, really was because it was what really changed the law was the fact that the housing industry went down. When the housing industry went down, that affected the prison economic center. So what they wanted to do, it's like a relief valve. They don't want to let everybody go, but they want to make it just enough where they can let certain individuals go. So they tweak the guidelines. So and the crazy thing, like I say, with the Supreme Court, everybody knows that crack cocaine and cocaine is the same thing. You can't have crack cocaine because cocaine is a hydrochloride, which is basically a salt, and then the crack cocaine is an alkaline. So in order to bring it back to its own self, basically when you're cooking it up with baking soda, you just bringing it back to its original, alkaline, instead of the salt. Now the hydrochloride form is the salt form, which basically, that's how you get the powder, and the alkaline is the base. So with the base, you basically bring it back. So you can't have one without the other. So it's almost like the thing like you got your kids and you wanna tell your kids to you say, well, look. I don't want no dairy products in the house. And then one kid got a milkshake, you give him a 2-week punishment. And then the one that got the ice cream cone, you want to send it to him for 6 months. That type of thing. Right. So that was basically how, like I said, how it ran in the feds. And like I said, when I came home, I started working. I got with my manager, and that's when he was like, "Hey, man, let me build a website." He's like, "I'm going to build websites now." So I got into that. I got my first website. It was like a WordPress website. You know, I got the little hang of it. And he was like, man, you know, because he always knew. He said, you'll be good at it. You know, so I caught on. And like I said, because, you know, in the Fed, you don't have no computer. You don't have no computer. You ain't get no. I mean, you can get cell phones. People get them, but it ain't worth the hassle to go through, to hide it and all that stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah,
you get some computer skills, but it's very close. You don't get that on the internet, and it's like everything is monitored. So you really don't.
Everything was new to you. So everything was new to you when you got out. Hey, look, Dion, we're going to take a quick break, man, and then we come back, man, we're going to finish your story, then we're going to talk about your books real quick while we still got the time for the show, because, man, you're right, man, you probably did need a 3-hour show, man. You lived quite a life, man. All right. Yeah. So hold tight, bro. We're going to hear a message from Reese World Publishing. All right, hold tight, everybody. Message from Reese World Publishing.
Are you an avid reader of urban fiction, looking for drama, suspense, and more? Reese World Publishing is dedicated to bringing the world's best literature to our readers. Urban fiction, erotica, sci-fi, mainstream fiction, and children's literature are just some of the genres produced by our diversified family of